Head into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Hello, my lovely ATS. Hi, Tony. Hi, Chad. I'm going to say your name wrong. Would you spell it out so that I say it right? Because I hate when I say people's names wrong. Because I hate when people say my name wrong. I think it's Shaz. Hi, my Sharky Soul sister. Hey, hippie chick. BR the star. Hi, Shelly. Hi, Music City Mom. Serendipity. I know. I finally finished it this morning. Okay, bros. Dana, I don't know if you're back yet, but hello. Princess Megan Ilsa. Hey, Tornado. I'm 1960. I don't know, man. I feel like my brain is on fire doing all this. Hey, Steph, the Army vet. Haven't seen you for a couple days. Mel Mac, Heather Bratt, Python Chick. Yeah, my head is like just gonna explode. I couldn't even go to sleep. I was like, I have to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. I gotta stop thinking about this. Hey, J.O. Tornado Artist. I got all these extra patches because I can't wear them to work anymore. Well, as long as, they're not, they may go with Odinist, but they're not actually Odinism patches. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hi, Grumpy Granny. Hey, Stephanie. Hi, Bonnie. Hey, Joey. You know what, Joey? She has the last couple of days, and I just want to say publicly, Michelle Walks. I adore Michelle anyway, and I watch all of her stuff. So I do see that she's been giving me a couple shout outs. So Michelle, when you watch this on the replay, just want to say, I love ya. I love ya. Hi, Marshall. Bunch of bull crap. God, I can't sleep. I'm like, well, what if I go look at this? I'm like, well, what about that? I'm like, I should go back and look at this. And it's like my brain just keeps going. And I'm like, I really should have a notepad so I can write this down, because there's no way I'm going to remember tomorrow what I actually wanted to go back and look at today. True Crime Snoopy. Hey, Shane. We've missed you in live chat, though. Steph, the Army vet. Music City Mom, what is awesome to hear today? What did we hear today? Oh, Michelle Walks. Oh, I did. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch a clip of it. We're gonna watch a clip of that too. This is what, I didn't watch it last night. I started the Patrick Westfall interview last night, and then I was like, okay, my husband was like, are you going to like hang out with me and pay any attention to like your family? And I was like, do I have to? And so then I finished it this morning. 1960. All my opinions. Oh, goodness gracious. Hi, Patricia. Making some chili. Chili. Oh, yeah. So I finished that this morning, and then I was like, okay. So then I went and watched, and I've watched Sleuth Intuition. I'm not a Delphi channel, so I don't want anybody to perceive that I'm like a Delphi channel, because I know like there's channels that are completely like dedicated to uncovering everything to do with Delphi. What happens here is I get stuck in my brain in a certain place, and I have to be able to get myself out of it. And I do that by working through things with you guys. So but I've watched Sleuth Intuition before. I actually like that channel. I'm typically watch a lot of things like later, and I'll just 2x speed, or I watch them like really early in the morning, like after I drop off the kids. And then I really have never watched the Delphi After Dark. So somebody had mentioned it the other day, so I went over there and I took a peek at it, and then you guys said, we showed his live last night, which I need to go put my sources in for the video yesterday. Shit. I knew there was something else I needed to do. Source video. Let me make myself a note so I can tag his channel. So I went and watched that one, and then I hopped into watching the replay of Drunk Turkey, where Delphi After Dark was on that. So I think I'm caught up on a lot of that stuff. So I figured we'll talk about that today. And so like I said, I'm not a Delphi channel, so I don't typically spend my YouTube time. Okay, so that sounds silly. I really kind of allot myself like a time where I can spend kind of binging YouTube or doing research and things like that. I don't typically stick with a case and just stay on it. And this is actually a really long time for me. This isn't even something I normally do. I go back and forth and kind of cover more like current things, but like I said, what happens is my brain gets stuck and I can't let go. So then I have to kind of work through it. So I don't watch like channels that are necessarily case, just stay on that case. Does that make sense? So I will kind of scoot around and go to different ones and just check out what's kind of going on cases that I like to listen to the information about. But right now, like I said, I'm stuck. So some of these channels are newer for me because I don't know who they are. I thought Drunk Turkey was pretty good. Daniel, if he sat down and actually read that 136 pages, I think that he'd have a lot of better questions to ask, but he still does a good job. I don't mind them. I get that there's people who don't like certain people and whatnot, and I don't care. I'm not friends with any of these people, so I don't care if you like them or dislike them. I appreciate content. Now, I do have some friends like this one, and I like her, so can't say anything bad about her. Does that make sense to you guys, though? I know I'm kind of confused. I don't want to go all over the place because I don't know a lot of these people, so I don't know a lot of their history. So when people come and say, like, don't do this or listen to that or don't listen to this, I'm looking for the information, not necessarily the person. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying. Tom. Yeah, tornado artist. Yeah, just get stuck. Is everyone hyper fixated right now? I kind of am. I know. Hey, Cleveland rocks. Westfall is full of it. I don't know. I didn't get a solid read. I thought that Sleuth Intuition did a really good job having just a casual conversation with the dude, and was able to get a lot of info. I mean, I can imagine he probably does as well. I have a lot of follow-up questions. But I thought it was they did a good job. It was a chill conversation. It wasn't pushy. It wasn't overbearing, and he just let him answer the questions and talk. I thought it was good. Whether you like him as a creator, I don't know. But I thought it was a good interview. Yeah, a lot of tangents. Just go all over the place. And if you like to get stuck with me, then get stuck with me. Hi, wife Lilith. Hold on, I missed what that was. Shane, it sure was. Now Gray's saying he's got crime scene photos, and what Snay is saying is all wrong. Oh, he does. So, okay. we're going to talk about that too, about these photos. I didn't know about the leak until I think Shane might have actually been the one in chat, or somebody was in chat and told me. I have like a sore on my eye, so I got to stop touching it, but I know I'm going to do it the whole time that we're live, but it's just driving me crazy. He told me that Delphi After Dark had gotten these photos, and then by reading between the lines on what Snay is saying, it sounds to me like the murder sheet also got the photos. I did not know that Gray got them. I have heard that he did. And then I also heard that Anthony Greeno got them. I don't know who all really has them. Yeah, no idea. I did ask in, I requested to go into the Delphi After Dark Facebook group, and I asked him if he like drew a diagram of what he saw, because I would be really interested to see the comparison between what he says he saw in the photos versus what the defense is saying they saw in the photos versus what like Barbara McDonald said when she was on court TV about what was given to her. Like I'd like to have like an idea of all three. I do not believe he's making up that he got the photos. That would be very detrimental to anything that you'd ever do on a platform like this, in my opinion, because once these are released to the public, and they will be eventually, or at least the majority of them will, and they don't match what he says, then he'd be a big fat liar and have no credibility when it came to any case that he covered, much less Delphi. So my opinion is that he did get something, and it very well could be real. That's my opinion on it. You guys can agree or disagree. All right, see who else. Hey, Jeannie. BG. Okay. Hey, Danielle. I was wondering if it was a racist motorcycle club involved. PW confirmed Vinlanders is a social club. So same thing as a MC, but without the motorcycles. I'm so glad that you said this, because if you guys have been listening to me, you guys know that my husband and I have been binging Sons of Anarchy. And the first thing that popped into my head when I was finishing Patrick's interview is he says that he like gave up his patch. And I was like, oh no, you can't give up your patch because the Sons of Anarchy. I was like, I got to get out of this world. I've got to get out of here. Oh my gosh, Tornado. Vinny's clip was hilarious. I went back and watched it a few times. Hi, Aries girl. Good to see you. Hi, Corey. Yeah, want the info. Gotcha. Yep. I thought so. But I'm just a chick on YouTube, so, or abroad. That didn't go over well with some people. He called the girls broads. Yeah, suffered through many podcasts just for the info. Ooh. See, that's why I don't know all that stuff. Light of hope. Yes, and he seemed like a cool dude. Now there's things that he said that I was like, or actually it was more so some of the things that he didn't say that I was like, why aren't you saying this, that, or the other? But like we'll go through it. Hey, sees through. Anthony Guerrero did not get them, nor did Gray Hughes. Gray Hughes has them now. He's been getting emails from this person for the last 6 months, but he doesn't know who it is. That's interesting. Hey, PJ, Second Chance. What's up, Joey? He didn't get them. He has some old pics that have been floating around for a long time. So I wonder if that's the original quote unquote leaked ones that the photographer took, that he supposedly took down right away, which I can't believe I've never seen in, or most people have never seen in 6.5 years. Like somebody has to have those. And I can't believe they're not. I mean, they're probably out there somewhere. I just haven't. I don't dig that deep. I go deep, but I don't go that deep. Yeah, he said Barbara McDonald's replica of the ruin doesn't look anything like the tree. I did hear that. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be prospected, but you don't recruit. He says they don't recruit. Well, Shane, that's probably because it was I had one on my forehead, and now every time that you look around, you're like, oh man, there's another rune. C-Dub. Hi, Meta Mom. Had you never watched it until now? Watched what, Delphi After Dark or Sleuth and Twitch? I had never watched Delphi After Dark. I'd heard his name, but I've never, not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. I don't even know how long he's been around. Like as a channel. I don't know. Not the patch. No, you can't give up the patch. Don't give up the patch. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation too. Oh yeah, same. Hey Johnny, get the coffee going. Get the coffee going. It won't be too. I'm not gonna say, Johnny. I don't know. You know how it goes. What's up, sweet Melissa? Am I catching up on chat yet? I feel like I'm almost there. 1.5 years he's been around. That's why I said I know I heard his name, but I've not I don't know anything about him. Criminality talking about Sons of Anarchy. How would I never? Oh no, I had never watched it. We're on I think we just started season 5. But my husband looked up something. He wanted to see how long a character was on, how many episodes, and he gave me a huge end of Sons of Anarchy spoiler, and I was kind of mad. But I've done it to him on other shows, so I couldn't be too upset. Hey, P. Kidwell Freelance. Hey, Kay. Sons of Anarchy it's a good show. For me, it was a little slow on the uptake. I was like, I don't know. But then I was like, oh yeah, now I'm ready. I want to watch it. There's been a canine officer shot in Georgia after pursuit of a kidnapper ends in chase in woods. I don't know the whole story. It just happened about an hour ago. Ooh. Well, welcome, P. Kidwell Freelance. We love true crime too. Yeah, he's a spoiler. GH said no drag marks. The other one said no drag marks. P. Kidwell said, I actually went to elementary school in Delphi. Goodness. Hey, Dark Horse Justice. Good to see you. Grew up around MC my whole life. Never seen. You should watch it. And let us know if you think it has a realistic tone. I did read some articles, not to totally get off topic, but I'm telling you, this is exactly what Patrick's whole interview made me think of. And then we had just watched the clip yesterday of all the motorcycles that were there. So I was already going down that path, and I was like, do we have an MC going on? What's going on here? But you should watch it and come back, because I read some articles that where the actual people from the Hells Angels. Well, there are a couple of them actually do a couple guest spots in there, but some say that it's pretty realistic when it comes to the Brotherhood, and others say that it's not. It's not realistic when it comes to the crime and how paced the show is, which of course. Hey, JC Marty. Hey, Lucia. Moved away in 6th grade a week before the devastating flood of 2003. There was 8 feet of water in our old house. Oh, shit. Okay, I was going to watch that after C-Dub, but then we were it was only on for a couple seasons, and it doesn't have the best reviews. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so let's talk about... start with the new stuff, and then depending on how long... Easily distracted. I think you came in here and just named yourself after me, because that's so me. I'm so easily distracted. I didn't used to be, but now I am. We'll start with the new stuff and go over that, and then hopefully that doesn't take like hours like it sometimes can, because I talk a lot. And then if we have time, we're going to go back and we're going to start working through some of the old investigator interviews like we were doing yesterday. Hi. Hey, Cryptex. Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so how does a 4-foot man pick up a 4-foot, 200-pound body and move it themselves? That was a question I was actually wondering, too, is how in the world is this guy picking up somebody who's essentially his same size, but, and not to, no pun intended, but dead weight? Like, that's interesting. But I also think, obviously I haven't seen the photos, so it's really hard to tell. How close are they looking? Is there I mean, is it like a total aerial view where you can see the trees around it and you can see that there's no drag marks? Is it like closer and then you can see around the bodies and you can't even see over here, so you don't even know if there's drag marks? I don't think it's I read he was 5'4". I'm pretty sure his intake stuff says he's 5'4". I'll go double check, Shelly, because I do trust you. But I think what we're talking about is the girls are supposedly moved, right? So Libby was killed over by the tree with the F and then moved to where she was found. How does he move her at that point? Right, but then, so do you have any type of marks? Right. Hi, Ava. Moved and staged. Yeah. Yeah, the spiritual creek. Yeah, but we're talking about like Rick Allen. Is Rick Allen a strong dude? Just looks like an average old bloke to me. Oh, perfect. All right, I'll check it. Thank you. He may have used a stick to cover the footprints with leaves. So that's also interesting too, because we were told for a really long time that there was a lot of leaves covering the girls. And my takeaway after the visual commentary of the pictures, it doesn't seem like that's true. Rocky, that's my question too. So if, depending on where the picture's taken from, and I don't mean to sound so crude when I say this, it's just factual. How in the world, if she's killed over here by this tree and there's blood that's on the tree in the F, right? It is Libby's blood. They know that. Whether it's an F or not, that's going to be open to interpretation, in my opinion, unless it really looks like an F. Then I think it would be interesting. But I don't know that. So and then she's moved from here to over here, and the picture is here. How do we know there's not blood over here? And I think that the common answer is going to be, well, law enforcement would know. And I'm going to say my response to that's going to be, I don't know if they actually would in this case. Yeah, no. Those prescription pill bottles and photographs are not heavy lifting. Didn't Slick Nick say right after the arrest that they couldn't release the PCA because they're considering that there's other actors. That's the whole other actors part. Yeah, he said that they weren't done, and so he wanted it sealed. Oh, really? I don't think people want to. I don't think people want to believe that there's a cult of people that are able to go out there and just randomly kill your children. That people don't want to think that's when they talked about like that whole satanic panic stuff, and And people have accused, it's been in my comment section, and I'm like, I'm not panicked about it. There's bad people in the world, bad people doing all kinds of different bad stuff. But people don't want, people are like, no, that's just not life. That's just not real life. There's not, like, anybody who's believing this Odinism, cult stuff is just dumb. They're just stupid. And I'm like, you don't have to believe that to understand that there's something wrong with the crime scene. When people want to cover up victim because they think covering nudity is more important than preserving crime scene. Logan report claimed a lot of blood at crime scene, maybe just not at staged scene. Did it? Is that the one that did? Let me, hold on. Do I even have that up anymore? Probably not. I don't need that anymore. That's more fuel. Hold on. Let me pull it back up. And then JC Marty, I know I saw you in here a little earlier. Hi, Carla Faye. Yeah, nothing like that. I agree. That's a very true statement. They did. They believed that. Now they don't. That's the whole thing that comes to, like, the sketches and everything too, Yaya. They were very adamant that it was two different people. And then Carter comes along in his interviews and he's like, if you merge them together, I believe that the murderer will reveal himself. But everybody else is like, no, keep them separated. We've put that person on the back burner. Sketch number 1 release. That person's on the back burner. That person's no longer a person of interest. Some people think that they figured out who that person was, and so that's why they took him off the table. And then they brought the new sketch because they were trying to identify another person. And that's family members that have stated that in their interviews. They're like, oh, yeah, no, that person, they figured out who that is, and it's done, and so on and so forth. I think that it's not, I don't know if it's technically 2 crime scenes. It's going to be 1 giant crime scene, because they blocked off the tree. They blocked off both of the trees that are in question here. The tree that has the F and the tree the girls were found by were included in that crime scene. So they would call it like a crime, like 1 giant crime scene, but reality is it would be, here's a crime scene, here's a secondary crime scene, and then if you have another one, so on and so forth. Hey, Miss Zem. Okay, so let me see. Let me pull that back up. Actually, let me put this on screen first. That is... So this is today. We now have a new hearing that the court ordered, coming up on the 19th, which I find very, it's intriguing, and their terminology is intriguing, as the purpose of the hearing is to discuss the upcoming hearing on October 31st and other matters which have recently arisen. Other matters, like this whole thing. Yes. I know. Other matters that have recently arisen. So my opinion would be that they're going to talk about whether they're going to have a Franks hearing. I think that they're going to talk about the transfer, and they're probably going to bring up the affidavits in regards to that, but otherwise they'll leave the affidavits for either the Franks hearing or October 31st. But I think it's interesting that the judge is like, no, I can't wait till the 31st. We need to talk. And it's like, nope, you guys ordered to arrange their schedules in order to appear. Like, nope, you don't have a choice. Don't give a shit if you're in court. Don't give a shit what you're doing. You will be here because I have some things I need to talk to you about. That's a big deal. Oh, really? All right, I'll look at that. Let me pull this up first because I got to figure out where the hell I even put it. That's Richard Allen's. And then I wanted to talk about... Why do I have Morphew stuff in here? Shit. I'll show you guys this so you can see kind of... Oh, that's not even a good one. Do I have a better one? Let me see. Is it this one? No. Darn it. I had a good one that I had ready for you guys, and I don't know where it went now. Okay, come on. Ron Logan, where the heck is your damn paperwork? This one. This one talks about blood. Oh, this isn't even going to let me search. Stupid document. I just read this the other day. You'd think I'd remember it. Where does it say that? There you go. A large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene. Because of the nature of the victim's wounds, it is nearly certain the perpetrator of the crime would have gotten blood on his person or clothing. The location of the crime scene is approximately 1,400 feet. It doesn't say it's a bloody crime scene, though. It says there was a large amount of blood lost. Which we know now is accurate, right? Hey, Thistle. So a large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene. I can see this is one of those things where they talk in circles like we were talking about yesterday. So it looks like a large amount of blood at the crime scene. But I'm not, now that we know the things we know, I'm going to take it super verbatim and say a large amount of blood was lost by the victims. You know what I mean? That's my thought. That's my thought. Okay. And then, okay, before we go on to the other stuff, I wanted to, I swear I had it up. Let's see if I still do. Nope, not that one. This one. JC Marty, are you here? me see. Hey, Anna. Hey, Dom. Shmita! Perhaps this comes down to real estate. There's one phone tower in Delphi, so any suspect was active near the crime scene anytime, anywhere. Well, that's what I was wondering. So we went back and forth about this whole, did they pull phone data, so on and so forth. And there's the one tower, and I think it was Humanimal who commented on one of my videos saying that it, like Tower 8, and told me where it was. So if they actually did pull the data from this phone tower, right, to see who was there, somewhat like geocache, like, but it's not necessarily, because it's doesn't really have a grid. It's just like who's bouncing off of this tower during this time frame. Then Richard Allen's phone would be there bouncing off of that, and especially if he's looking at his stock ticker or whatever the hell he says he's looking at, wouldn't his phone have something going on with this tower since it's the only one? Sassy cat. That's one of the things that kept me up last night too. So that's something I'm wondering is, and I hate even thinking it like that, but if this is some type of sacrifice, water is right there. They could have done this in the water. We talked about this when we went through the memorandum. It could have happened in the water. And that's why there's no blood at the crime scene. I'm intrigued by your 5 points, though. Is that my 5 points? Do I have 5 points? Or does somebody else up here have 5 points that you're intrigued by? I know, Stephen. I know where you stand. I know you do. I know that's what you think. I'm not there with you, but I'm absolutely open to listening to anything that you got to say about it. So the sheriff Tobe was gone anyway. Tobe could not run for sheriff because his term was up. He wasn't allowed to run. Now he's like deputy sheriff or whatever. I think they like switched jobs, but don't quote me on that. So Tobe was supposed to be endorsing Thomas and then didn't, and endorsed Liggett. And so Thomas, Liggett, and a third guy were the ones that were running for sheriff at the time when the arrest was made. So Liggett was Tobe Lesenby's guy. So what were his chances of being elected at that time? I honestly have no idea. If you look at Thomas, which is one of the documents that I do want to read before we wrap up anything to do with Delphi, I do want to look at Thomas's, because Thomas filed a lawsuit basically saying, hey, these guys all screwed me over and now I'm demoted and basically have no future because they're pissed that I was doing so well in the election. What's ridiculous? Which part? There's so many things that are said that are ridiculous, Sassy Cat. You have to be more. 5 points is a sketchy Denver neighborhood. Oh. This is why I like having actual conversations, because like reading what you guys say, I'm like, okay, was that even to me? Hey, cool gamer. Pinkard. There you go. Yeah, now Lesenby is Liggett's guy. Good old boys club. Yeah, he was watching fish. Yeah, you guys can't go off on these tangents talking about different neighborhoods in different parts when my brain is focused into Delphi. I was waiting to see if JC Marty was. I'm going to leave this up because I know this is what they wanted me to look at yesterday. So when they come back in, I'll pull it back up. Let's pull up. Hey, there you, JC Marty. There you are. Weird. It's like I summoned you. I need some water. Okay, so I can't find a quote-unquote unredacted PCA. If there is one out there and somebody wants to send it to me, by all means, go ahead. What I found, or what actually Shay found, is the motion for leave of court to subpoena third-party records. And they put in part of the PCA, and it's unredacted. So I'm wondering if that's what you guys were talking about. What's up, Cropsy Chris? Pay no mind to us. Yeah, who am I supposed to talk to then? Pet bulls across America. So I struggle with the river because I don't understand why the clothes aren't wet. There's no documentation that the clothes are wet, and that bothers me a lot. I don't understand that. Do I have an iPhone link? I do somewhere. Dom, I do. I'll find it for you. Oh, before all the interesting folk come in, I should go in and change this to subscribers. Make sure you're subscribed because I'm going to change it, and then I will grab you the link, and then we can talk about this document, and then I want to talk about Patrick Westfall. I don't know what it is about Delphi that people want to come in and yell at me, or yell at you guys. I think that's the right. Yeah, that should be the link. That should be the link, the iPhone link. Just a weird subscriber. The clothes bother me too. It makes redressing so much harder and time consuming. So what, and if her shoe is found on the south side, why do we think that they didn't take their clothes off there? Why didn't, maybe he had them take their clothes off before they ever even crossed the river? Like, we don't know. Maybe he had them cross the river with no clothes on. And that's how we're missing all these different articles of clothing. And that's how the shoe is found on the south side. Thank you, Dom. Oh, really? Looked wet? Okay, so one of the things that I heard Snay say was that there wasn't like blood and stuff in the hair. Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. Yeah, thanks, C-Dub. I do, JC. Yeah, criminality187@gmail. So is this not the one that you were talking about then? Is this not the right report? I'm thinking it makes the most sense because the clothes bother me. I'm thinking that they had to have taken the clothes off before they went. Quinny, where's your comment? Let me see. I had thought maybe they were unalived in the water after all the clothes were taken off. Yeah. And then he would be able to carry the clothes over, and maybe that's where some of the clothes dropped. And that's why you have all these clothes in different places in the river. And we assume that he threw the clothes in the river, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he just left them there. And then he redressed Abby in what clothes he had left. Hey, KW10. You've missed so much. You've missed so much. So this is my thought on this too. If that's the case, then maybe she's taken out of the water, and they do this weird thing in the memorandum where and it bothered me reading it, but they talk about that the bad guy goes over to her neck, gets blood, goes back to the tree, makes the line, goes back to her neck, gets blood, goes back to the tree, makes the line, goes back to her neck, gets blood, and goes back to the tree. And one of the things we thought was, how do we know that she wasn't just right there and they had her blood? I know. You have to kind of, so I'm like, sometimes when it gets too close to, like, in my brain, I'm like, okay, I gotta disconnect for a second. Hey, Trina. Well, we don't necessarily know it now. We just are being told it by somebody who says they know it. We don't see it. We don't necessarily know it. We just have to kind of take the information and put it, store it, and go, okay, here, this is what we think. Yeah, in the river, but clothing on corpse was dry. How could he redress her when they're wet? I don't know. These are all cool. These are great questions. I don't know. I don't have the answers. This is my big questions. Supposedly nobody sees any. And I know in some of the documents they talk about footprints, and they talk about that there's not footprints, there's not like car prints, there's not tire prints, there's not ATV prints, there's nothing. Right. Can horses get there? Yes. And one of the videos that a friend of mine who had gone there before was showing me, and you could see like the horse trails. Like, it was basically like man-made horse trails. Like, that's just where like Ron Logan had ridden the horses. And they weren't far. So I would assume yes. I did have that written down. I don't want to say, because I don't remember off the top of my head. I know it was like 50 during the day, and I want to say it was like 38. Don't quote me on that. Yes, that's true. I don't know. Jeans wet, whether you're wet or the jeans are wet, either way, that sucks. I can't stand jeans though. And a lot of people did that because, remember, there's the whole thing, all the shirts about the animal hair in the Ron Logan search warrant, that they were looking for animal hair. And somebody up there did mention, like, this warrant, they're not looking for a bullet. When the time of this warrant was executed, they had already gone in due to his probation and looked at firearms. They didn't have anything to do with that bullet, which makes me think that bullet wasn't found yet. I wish I knew the date the bullet was found. Okay, JC Marty, did you send it to me? Let me check my email real quick. I don't have it yet. So it's not this one though, huh? Yeah, fibers and fur. All right, I'm going to go and start the other stuff. I wanted to be able to go through the points that I know you had mentioned to me a few times yesterday, but if this isn't the right document, this is the only one I've got. So, oh yeah, the prosecution or the investigators didn't find the bullet right then. There's been a lot of rumors that Mike Patty's actually the one who found the bullet. I have no idea who found it or the date it was found, but there's no way it was found that day. It's not in his affidavit, or it's not in his search warrant. Hey, Dustin, I'm just looking for, JC Marty said that there was an unredacted PCA for Richard Allen. I cannot find a PCA that's actually unredacted. What I found was this, where McClellan puts in the bits from the PCA and it's not redacted, but it's not actually a PCA. Does that make sense? So I'm thinking this is not the right one. Hey, Crime Curious. So this is what I have. If you have the actual PCA unredacted, I'm not sure. And then, so they were saying, when we were talking about this yesterday, they said that there was a couple different versions that were put out, and it had like different information in it. And so I was trying to find these other versions besides what I have, which is this one, like the OG one from like the first drop. So if anybody has something different, please feel free to send it to my email. It's criminality187@gmail.com. Do you have it? Why wouldn't I should have just thought about that. You guys don't know Crime Curious. I actually met Crime Curious because I was putting together this huge timeline that took me like a couple of weeks on the Gannon Stout case. And of course, as I was researching to get everything for my timeline, I came across this website called crimecurious.com. And I was like, what the heck? I recognize that name. I think there's a Crime Curious that pops into my channel in the chat every once in a while. And so the next live, I'm like, hey, is that your website? I was like, damn it, if I had known, that would have saved me so much freaking time. Wasted like weeks of my life. And she'd already had all of it done much better than I ever could have. So if you guys are looking for information, I know in her case file, she currently has Stout, Adam Montgomery, Chad Dorman, Sarah Boone, Richard Allen, some of these other ones I don't even know, Lopez, Dinkins, and Jan. I don't know who they are. But if you're looking, and she has everything. She's got timelines, she's got pictures, she's got court documents. I should have known. Let me see if this is the right one. No, this is the same one I have. That's the same one I have. The original one. Yeah, you have that one too. Well, I believe from what I was told was that when the bullet was found, they called law enforcement. Law enforcement is the one who came out and photographed it on the ground. Once again, I don't have a source to back my info up. This is just what I was told. Hold on, I have a tiny human. What's up?
I want to go outside, but I won't come.
Aw, is he working still?
No, he's just sitting in bed watching his phone. He said it's too hot.
How dare him? Well, can't you go out there with Mama?
Mom's gone.
Oh, it's after 4. She's gone. You have to go play football for football practice.
I know.
Okay. Well, I'm live. I can't go play football with
I
you.
got too much energy.
You have too much energy?
Yeah.
What if you play with your football guys until you have to actually go to football practice?
No.
I can't help you then.
Field football.
I can't help you then, tiny human. Okay, sorry. Not really. We found evidence in a case, turned it in. It has no chain of custody. That said, defense docs, they have a pic of a bullet in the ground between girls, not pics of it after. Pretty sure they didn't bring girls back just to take a pic. Oh, it says they have a picture of it between the girls? Is that the way it's worded? I'll look. The crime scene pics, it shows the clothes they found. The crime scene pics shows the clothes they found, which I believe you're just talking about the pair of underwear, the t-shirt, that one, that crime scene pic. So I have that. I downloaded that whole file. And the one that pops up under PCA is the one that I have, and it doesn't have anything new. Too much energy. I need a popsicle. I know. Probably, yes. He wants to go outside and play football, and his daddy said no. No, it's hot here. It was like 87 degrees today. It's stupid hot. Yeah, see, I'm in a tank top again. Purdue Professor Wannabe! It's a great name. Okay, Shelly, thank you. I'll take a look at it. Yes, the pair of underwear and the sock. Oh, Dustin, do you think, though, that this was my thought, and I'm wondering what you think about this then, since you brought this up, that Abby was, I don't want to say killed first because I think she died later, but do you think she was hurt first before Libby? Because that makes sense to me, that's why, like, there's no blood. It's like that he kills her and leaves her in the river, and she loses her blood as she passes away, but that she's hurt first but dies after. There is a new PCA that is coming out. Whose arrest is that going to be? Criminality187@gmail. Yeah, fun fact. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Let me go back to my email real quick. Okay, so this is the video from Shelly. Let me play it real quick. Maybe. Let me download it and then play it. Why aren't you wanting to go? Oh, pause. So you guys can see it. Nope, that's not what I want you to see. Oh, this is after. Have they finished this renovation yet, or is it still stuck at the same spot? Oh yeah, well I don't trust them. So, hi Foxfire, hi MK. Okay, that's also how Snay said it too, that her hands were like right here, like they were in a sweatshirt, like they were like tucked into the sweatshirt like that, and that they weren't up here necessarily, they were more like right here. Yeah, but I wonder if they actually put that for that reason. No, they are done? Did they actually finish it or no? Oh, it is done. Oh, What you're saying is they're not even going to do anymore? This is it? This is all they're going to do? So they're going to leave this this way? They're going to just leave that like that, and then this is it? So you can't go over it anymore? Is that like the whole thing? I did, Dustin. We played that. And they talk about, oh, you know what? I don't know. I don't think don't have them of actually finding, like, there's nothing after they change the radio state. They change the channel. But it talks about that they find the underwear. He's asking for the evidence bags. And then there's a new one. Okay. Goodness gracious, Dustin. You are full of info. Where's that at? I think it's numbered that way because Abby was first to be in contact on Bridge because she was closer. That would make sense. Okay, let me check my email again. Let's play this real quick. Sounds beautiful. I love the birds chirping. I know that one of the searchers said they thought that it was possible the girls had fallen, and that's one of the things they were doing, like with the water search, was checking to see if they'd fallen and they were in the water. I don't have anything else. All right, well, we can come back to it. Hopefully you guys, if you can send me that document, that would be great. I know. I did, Shelly. Or maybe just because I can't see you. That's what you would see from the first platform, which is where Richard Allen was. Well, see, look at me. Which is where Richard Allen was, which is where Bridge Guy supposedly was, which is where the young sketch number 2/1 was that Betsy Blair saw. Dustin, you just tell me where you want me to look for that, and I would be happy to play a different scanner if you have it. Other than that, okay, so I'm going to move on to the Patrick Westfall interview, and we can talk about that. If you guys have that doc or anything else you're going to send me, please feel free, and then we can come back to it. Yes, there is. That's another girl who was at the bridge. It's on here somewhere. I don't know where somewhere. Yeah, Betsy Blair. There's something up with that, because why didn't they believe her? Why didn't anybody believe her? They just didn't think that her information was credible, so they just were like, nope, sorry. We're not going to do that. All right, I marked some timestamps. Okay, so for anybody who's popped in later, let me close this out so you guys don't get that. Patrick Westfall, who is one of the gentlemen that was named in the memorandum from the defense team, did an interview, contacted a channel named Sleuth Intuition, and we're not going to play I'm not playing the whole thing. We're just going to cover a couple key points that I want to cover. And then I want you guys, if you're interested, and if you haven't already, which I think most of you have, make sure you guys watch it. And then I will, so Sleuth Intuition here, I'll drop it in chat, and then I'll put it. Maybe there's a reason they don't believe her. yeah, I think her sketch didn't look anything like Ron Logan. Devoted, am I convinced it's not RA? I'm not convinced it's not him. I'm just not convinced it is him. And I'm not convinced that he's going to be found guilty at trial. And at this point, I'm not even convinced that he's going to be alive to make it to a trial. So there's a whole lot of in between here, which is why I'm like, you guys can have whatever opinion you want, because I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place. Okay, so the first one's 550. So he starts talking about that, you know, he was actually brought back in August, this August, to be interviewed. And if you can't hear it, let me know. You guys can't hear it? I don't know why it's doing that. All right, hold on. Thank you for letting me know before I just kept playing it, because I would have. Okay, we're going to try it again. You can't hear it? Why can you not hear it? Oh, shit. All right, hold on. Coming back. We'll do it one more time. Then we're just going to throw everything away.
All this shit went in September. The beginning of August, I was contacted. Asked if I would be more than happy to come in and talk with some state police and all the investigators.
You hear it now?
You know, I was fucking all about it. Sure, man. Went in to talk to them for...
I'm going to pause it. Okay, we are good now. Hi, Sluethie. It sounded like I came up from under the water. I transcribed this interview. Oh, look at you. Yay, we have audio. Good deal. Yeah. Who can tell me what color shirt I'm wearing? The crime scene had actual staged one that was fake, and there's pics of the fake crime scene. Okay, so here, I'm going to go back to the beginning. Make sure you guys can hear it from the beginning. This clip. You guys are funny. She kind of does. I mean, let's be real. There's a little bit of superpower happening there. White tank, tie-dyed blue tank, white tank, blue, pink. All right, hold on. I'm going to turn my camera back on. It's tie-dye. I would say it's green and pink, and maybe on your end it looks purple. There you go. You guys knew I had a tank on, though, but we talked about that. Light blue, purple. White and blue. Hey, Ginger Snaps. Okay, so he says that he went back in and did an interview in the beginning of August. It was pink the other night. Okay, here we go.
All this shit went in September. The beginning of August, I was contacted. Asked if I would be more than happy to come in and talk with some state police and all the investigators, and you know, I'm fucking all about it. Sure, man. Went in to talk to them for a couple, 3 hours, and then I turned around and went in the next week and went in and sat under a 4.5-hour polygraph, man. Like, them sons of bitches was asking me all these wild ass questions, and I couldn't understand the purpose behind it. It's like, man, you guys are asking some pretty off-the-wall questions from the first time that I spoke with the state police and the FBI back when all this stuff first happened. Is, you know, I got kids in the same classroom. My daughter was in the same grade as these girls. I have 4 kids, and I had them all by myself back then in Delphi.
Okay.
So naturally, they go around to all the parents' houses that had kids in the same school, kids in the same grade. You know, dozens and dozens of people they went and spoke to specifically on that act alone, just the school stuff. This time, they're going off the wall with shit. And I said, fine, I'll go in. You want DNA? Have some more. My DNA's been in a database since I went to my first tour in Iraq.
Okay, so a couple of things before we go too far here. He states that he was asked to come in at the beginning of August. He goes in and gives a 3-hour interview. He then goes back the following week and does a 4.5-hour interview / polygraph. He starts to talk about the fact that back in the day when this happened, his kids, he had his kids by himself, and at least one of his kids was in school with the girls in the same grade. Now, he says that they went and talked to him because they were talking to the parents of kids in the area who knew the girls. But this time in August, when they ask him to come in, they're going and asking him off the wall stuff, which then makes me go, did they not ask him any of the actual Odinism, Odinite, any of that stuff back in 2017? Was he only being talked to because he was a parent of a child who went to school with the girls? I found that pretty interesting. He doesn't know whether he passed the polygraph. If he does, he never says it one way or the other. Yes, no, yeah, doesn't say either way. Now, Sleuth Intuition actually says, since you did this in August and it wasn't mentioned whether you passed or failed in the memorandum, you must have passed. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because we don't even know that the defense was given the polygraph information by the time they wrote the memorandum to even know to put it in there.
In 2006. So I don't give a shit. It's already been in there.
Oh, that's the next thing he talks about, was that he was in the military, which he actually served with Brad Holder for I think he said during his second tour. And he says that, they already have my DNA. It's already in the system. Well, Sluethie, you want to come up? I'll send you the link. If you have time, let me know. He talks about that his DNA is already in there. Well, his DNA isn't in there because he served in the military. That's a completely different database. And we went through this whole thing as a research project when we talked about the Rachel Morin case and whether the military actually has access to CODIS or what that's about. And what it truly comes down to is that the military uses DNA to be able to identify recovered remains from war. And so if you're deployed, they typically take your DNA and it's a military database. So he says here, he's like, yeah, you guys like already have my DNA, so just like go ahead and take it. All right, let me get Sluethie the link so she can come up when she's ready. So he's saying they took his DNA. Now, this is I'm gonna speed ahead to the next part that actually talks about this before I go too far into the DNA aspect of this, because I think that it's a big deal. Uno momento, while I grab this link though. She transcribed this, like that's gonna be I'm gonna have so many notes on them. I have to actually print it and like I'm gonna have notes. I'm gonna be like, well, what about this? And how does this make sense? I will say during this, he comes off as a nice guy. Doesn't come off as a nice guy's not the right word. He doesn't come off as like, oh yeah, that guy totally gave me creepy, weird vibes. He doesn't come off like that to me. Nice guy's probably taking it too far to the left. He just comes off as just whatever. So, well, would it be in CODIS if he's arrested for something else? And I have not looked at his record. So that would be an unmasked truth. Like his record is off the charts. So, and then I'd also have to look up and see if Indiana, because every state's different, not every state, but states are different when it comes to CODIS. If you're arrested for a felony, some states will swab you as you're arrested, and then they'll put it into CODIS. Some states, you have to actually be convicted of the felony, and then they'll put it into CODIS. You have to go and have it requested in front of a judge to have your DNA removed from CODIS. Now, there's also other circumstances that they have for CODIS. There's a little side piece of CODIS, I guess you'd say, where it's stored for like missing persons. So if my brother goes missing and he's not found, I can go and have my DNA stored in CODIS missing persons. It's like a little subsection. And so that way, if a set of remains are found anywhere and they put it into CODIS to try to identify that person, then they can use my DNA as a match. So my question is, I have not looked at his history. If it's just petty crimes and he's convicted of like misdemeanors, then I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know his history. So I'm wondering, okay, let me go to this next part so we can talk about it. So 30, shit, I can't even read my own writing. 35 maybe? It's either 35 or 39. I can't tell. We'll see.
It was these 5 bases that basically all grew together in this massive complex, damn near the size of Indianapolis. I mean, I'm not kidding you, it's huge. Bar scenes, I've been a few times. It started inside the home.
Yeah, I believe. What did you know about Richard Allen living in Delphi, running into him at the bars and shit like that?
Thank you, JC.
In Delphi, I was never really much for bar scenes. I've been a few times. And I'll just be honest with you. I did my drinking at home. When they asked me about Allen, I thought that they were talking. I know some other Allens that lived in Delphi. One of them died from an overdose a year ago. He had a brother. So I said, oh, is he related to so-and-so? And they're like, well, no, this is someone totally different. And, dude, I never met the guy. I've never seen the damn guy. They even showed me his picture when I went in to speak to police.
Oh, wait, they interviewed you? They interviewed you after they arrested Richard Allen?
Yeah, that's what he said at the beginning. This is big. This is the bigger one.
We're at the very beginning of the whole thing back in, 2017. When they brought me back in the beginning of August, I do believe it was, yes, beginning of August. And that's when they started asking me all the crazy ass questions about how Austin True can be related to, is Austin True related to Satanism in any way? Is there any satanic rituals? And I'm like, fuck no, dude. I gave them the rundown and told them, shame on you guys. Whoever put that idea in your head, shame on them too.
So
they got shit to do with it.
So were they trying to connect Richard Allen to it in some way?
No, they never, after asking me if I knew him or ever had any interaction with him before, they never mentioned him again. Anytime during the interview where it was just mouth to mouth, or even when I sat through the 4.5-hour polygraph, they were asking a bunch of other questions during the polygraph.
So you must have passed.
Did you stab anyone? Did you organize anything? Did you personally know, assist, give car rides to, organize, consent? I mean, every damn question in the world. I mean, like I said, everywhere from did you personally take a knife and ever stab anybody? Did you organize anything? Do you know who did it? I mean, every single question I could think of, and for 4.5 hours.
Well, they didn't mention it in the memorandum, so you must not have failed.
See, I don't think that's true. They could not even know. The whole part of the memorandum is that they're not even getting the evidence. But let me see, what did Freckle Joyce say? Notice he said about the DNA. So here's my thought about the DNA, and I think it is actually brought up during this live stream with Sleuth Intuition. We've been told they have DNA. We've been told over and over again, and there's more interviews if we get to the investigator stuff today. If not, then the next time we do it. I went through, and there's a ton of different points where they talk about DNA. Now, let's be real. We know that every and any crime scene has DNA. So when they're asked, hey, is there DNA? And the law enforcement goes, yes, that doesn't mean they have perpetrator DNA. The answer is yes, because there is always DNA. There's the victim's DNA. There's the victim's family's DNA. There's anybody who's been in that area before, or potentially, there's a reason that all investigators in CSI have to have all their DNA on record is because of contamination. There's no matter what, there's DNA. So the answer, yes, needs to be clarified. One, it's like, do you have DNA of an unknown suspect, like from back in the day? And if you do, then now what you're doing is you're taking, okay, here we've ruled out Kelsey's. We know we have Mike Patty's. We have Becky Patty's. She lived with them. Derek German's. Okay, that one's gone too. All of those, as those people are taken out of the equation, their DNA is irrelevant, right? So it's what's left. What's left? Whose DNA, one, shouldn't be there, doesn't make sense that it's there, and all of those things. So that's more important to me. We've always been told that there is DNA. Now, if we go by what the memorandum says, and they say we have, the memorandum talks about the depositions of like Liggett and Lesenby and Holman, and essentially they're saying there's no DNA that matches. We don't have DNA that matches Richard Allen. This is interesting to me, because even if it's a partial, which was a rumor for a long time that they only had these bits and pieces and partials. Okay, so you can still match a partial once you have a whole. Now, what happens is the percentages are different. So when you hear like, oh, this is 99.9 octillion %, blah, 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 or whatever, whatever the numbers are, it just matches by a different percentage. So, and by doing that, what happens is, depending on what markers you have, it could potentially match to anybody like in that family, right? Which is what we saw like in Morphew's case. Anyway, not to go down the whole DNA rabbit hole, but he talks about that they took his DNA. Now, my question is, why do they take his DNA? Because they want to match it to this unknown DNA that we've been told that they have. Now, a lot of people are going to say, they're going to ask for DNA just to see if he's going to say no. And if he says yes, he says yes. And maybe they won't even run it. But they have the guy that the biggest part of this to me, they have the guy they are saying is responsible. Richard Allen. So why do you care at this point in August if he's going to give you DNA as a lie, like whether you're lying to see if it's going to come back or whatever? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he's lying. At this point, if you had asked for it back in 2017, it would have been important. But now it doesn't matter whether they're going to run it or not. There's no reason to ask because they already have their guy. So in August, why are they giving a polygraph to Patrick Westfall? And once again, we don't know they gave a polygraph. We have to take Patrick Westfall's word for it. And then ultimately, we have to take Sleuth Intuition's word for it that this is Patrick Westfall that he's talking to, which I do. I believe that. So, but I'm just saying, if you want to continue down that rabbit hole, we have to believe that they did give him this 4.5-hour polygraph where they asked all these questions. We have to believe that they didn't ask these questions at the beginning in 2017, and they just decided to in August. In August is when the depositions are happening, where the defense is asking them questions. My point behind all of this is people who go, the memorandum is garbage, anybody who listens to it is an idiot. This is now the second important thing, hugely important thing to me that has come out that says you better listen to the memorandum, because the defense stated that they did not, the prosecutors and the investigators did not know, the defense knew about Odinism until August when they started deposing them and asking them questions about Odinism. No, he says this August. He says it's this August. Right. Yeah, and he says it's this August. But do you guys see my point here? So this is number 2 that matches up to exactly what the defense is saying. They started going back and looking at Odinism after they knew we knew. This is actually the 3rd. I'm sorry, I lied. This is number 3, because you have the Purdue professor who they brought back in to question. You have, we have confirmed Patrick Westfall has been back in to be questioned. You have the fact that they said that the guards at the prison were wearing Odin patches. And now we have their own affidavit saying that they are. Yeah, the polygraph is in August this year. So this is why I'm saying, like, anybody who's not taken the memorandum seriously at this point, I have to go, why aren't you looking at what's true from this? He talks about his, whatever part of the religion, whether it be an Odinist or how the guards say they're Norse paganists, no matter what the defense is saying is all coming to fruition. And we just got that not even a month ago that the memorandum came out. And look at all of the damage control that has been done by the state and by the investigators when the defense team started poking holes during those depositions. If you don't believe that, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I don't have a confirmed on Brad Holder. That's the only thing. I'm waiting because we know that the defense says Brad Holder, but I'm waiting for like the secondary. So we know the defense is saying it in the memorandum. And now if we can prove that Brad Holder was, I think that they're telling the truth. Don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to say is these are the concrete things that have happened since the memorandum to prove the memorandum is true. Now, do they have the entire thing correct? I don't know. Am I muted? Nope, Shelly, I'm not muted. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yeah, the timing. It's like, what? I freaking love your name. I used to have mine as Tubbs Buttons. RL quote, someone on the other side could look on my side of the creek and saw some clothing, so they said, hey, go down there and check it out. He went down over the hill and he saw me. Where does he say that? Someone on the other side could look on my side of the creek and saw some clothing, so they said, hey, go down there, check it out. He went down over the hill and he saw me. Well, that is interesting too. I mean, that would be, I'd have to go back and look into all of that, because his whole thing was that he left right then, right? No, I don't. Does it have, I figured it's Patrick Westfall, the 1919. Does that mean something? I figured the PAWE. Okay, so I want to show you guys an article that I found, and you guys may have seen this, but once again, I found it today, so I thought it was interesting. Now, where did I put it? I really need to have like more screens or more folders, one way or the other. I think it's in here. And in his interview with Sleuth Intuition, he talks about Johnny Messer and how what a piece of crap he is. He talks about it's lightning bolts. Oh, is it really? There is video of Logan at the dump when the girls were killed. There is not video of Logan at the dump when the girls were killed. He wasn't at the dump then. He was at the dump earlier in the day. Read your comments before that. Okay, hold on. S is the 19th letter in the alphabet. So PAWESS, as in races, SS. That's, oh. Does he say he's not a racist? Because I listened to that interview, and Sluethie can actually say, because she wrote the whole thing, she transcribed the whole thing. Does he ever say, I'm not a racist? Because I don't think he ever actually said he wasn't. He says, I'm a nationalist. Serendipity. Did he say I'm not a racist though? I remember him saying I'm a nationalist, but I don't remember him ever actually denying being a racist when asked. So I found this article and I just thought it was kind of interesting, so I thought I'd share it with you guys. This is from March 30th of 2017. Yeah, most racists say they aren't racists. If you have to say you're not a racist, you might be a racist. So March 30th, 2017, dozens of people showed up at the Indiana State House in Indianapolis on March 25th, so 5 days earlier, to support President Trump and his administration at a Make America Great Again rally. One of a number of such events held around the country that weekend, waving Trump signs and American flags. Many participants were everyday Americans excited about their president, right? Okay. But about a dozen of the ralliers, a significant portion of the whole, were a little different. They were a little different. They had American flags, but also carried strange shields. Many wore t-shirts that read American Guard or Vinlanders. A few had somewhat sinister appearances, such as the marcher who wore Vinlanders sunglasses and sported a, I'm not going to say this correctly. Aroha, I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to bother. The racial holy war tattoo on the side of his head. DC Prime Time. All re-interviewed. Patrick and Nick, his son, and Brad, all interviewed again in August of 2023. Okay, hold on. This is the shield. These marchers were actually members and associates of a group called the American Guard and were there, they later stated, to provide security for the march against the threat of left-wing protesters. The American Guard formed in Indiana in 2016 and officially went national in February 2017 with the stated goal of voluntary community protection activism and service based around the ideals of American constitutional nationalism and the preservation of Western culture. The group would, it claimed, encourage Americans of any race, class, or faith to participate with us in these beliefs. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I'm hoping that they're paying attention. I'm hoping they're paying attention. Somebody's got to send that to them, right? Commander Alpha Turkey. Hey, Jackie. Hey, Lynn. So glad I got a notification. Michelle After Dark recommended your coverage of this case, T. This is something that not enough people are paying attention to, in my opinion. Well, I'm glad that you're here because we're paying attention. I hope so. I hope they were. Okay, so encourage Americans of any race, class, or faith to participate. FYI. So here's Bill the Butcher. Even a cursory examination of the American Guard, however, suggests that it is deliberately innocuous self-description may not be accurate. The group's logo, for example, prominently displays two cross-meated cleavers, while members frequently use images of actor Daniel Day-Lewis in his role as Bill the Butcher in the movie The Gangs of New York. Bill the Butcher was a fictionalized version of William Poole, the leader of the Bowery Boys, a violent street gang in New York City, infamous for its attacks on immigrants. Maybe you guys can talk about that with your five corners in Denver and New York. And like the Bowery Boys, whom they apparently admire, the American Guard has a background with connections to anti-immigrant extremism, hatred, and violence. Indeed, before the American Guard was the American Guard, it was actually the Indiana chapter of a group called the Soldiers of Odin USA, a branch of an extreme anti-immigrant and anti-refugee group that originated in Finland in 2015 and has spread to many other countries. The Soldiers of Odin conduct vigilante patrols to quote-unquote protect citizens from the ostensible depredations of refugees. The Indiana Soldiers of Odin conducted several such patrols in 2016. As a recent ADL report has shown, many Soldiers of Odin USA members are white supremacists or anti-government extremists. The man who started the Indiana Soldiers of Odin and who later converted it into the American Guard is Brian James. I think I'm saying his name right because it's an E and not an A. Brian, a longtime Indiana white supremacist who was one of the founders of the Vinlanders Social Club, a hardcore racist skinhead gang that has had a high association with violence. In fact, members or associates of the Vinlanders Social Club have been responsible for at least 9 murders, as well as many other crimes. Another VSC founder, Adrian Apodaca, was recently arrested in Florida on federal drug robbery and weapons charges, as well as charges related to an alleged murder for hire plot. Bryn James can be seen below at the MAGA March and posing with other Vinlanders in March 2017 Facebook image. A number of Vinlanders took part in the Indianapolis rally, some of whom posed for photographs among other unwitting marchers while flashing the Vinlanders hand sign. Oh, your brain is like, well, just wait. We ain't done. I haven't even got to the part that's the most important yet. Vinlander probate member Johnny Messer of Indianapolis can be seen below at the MAGA March, flashing the Vinlanders hand sign and in a Facebook image wearing a Vinlanders probate pouch. Mickey McGinley of Indianapolis, a patched VSC member, can be seen at the MAGA March using the Vinlanders hand sign, posing with Vinlander leader Brian James and wearing a VSC jacket. Below, one can see Vinlander probate member Patrick Westfall at the MAGA March, posing with other march participants and in a Facebook image wearing a Vinlander probate shirt. A pouch, you say? Yeah, serendipity. Pouch. The white supremacist connections of the American Guard extend beyond the Vinlanders. The head of its Illinois chapter, Joshua Long, is the former member of The Hated, a racist skinhead group, and has attended events hosted by the Illinois-based Aryan Nation Sadistic Souls. Long can be seen below at the MAGA March and wearing a shirt for The Hated. Racist skinhead Jeremy Bowman of Columbus, Indiana, was previously a patched member of American Front, a racist skinhead crew, and has since associated with a number of different white supremacist groups. Most recently, he started a white supremacist motorcycle gang dubbed Dirty White Boys. Below, he can be seen at the MAGA March and in photo with the late American Front leader David Lynch. Additionally, there is a Facebook page of his Dirty White Boys colors. The 9% depicted on the colors is a numeric white supremacist symbol that refers to the percentage of the world's population that is purportedly white. I don't need to go through all the other ones, but the whole point was, no, Elvis was not there. Hi, Salty C. Yeah, they sound like great people. Sound like great people. So, I'll put this link in here if you guys want it, if you want to share it. When I saw this, I was like, what the fudge? Patched. Yeah, they are patched. He talks about in his interview, Patrick Westfall talks about in his interview with Sleuth Intuition that he turned in his own patch. He turned in his own patch. Now, Patrick Westfall was from Florida. And if you saw up here, and I don't know the time frame, so that's just pure conjecture on my part. The one guy was arrested in Florida, and I don't know if they were there at the same time, but it's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting. I'm not, and talks about, so they talk about that this group of people has been connected to multiple murders. Now, does that mean Patrick Westfall himself was out there doing any murdering? That is not what I'm saying. They're talking about this group being connected when people are like, nope, 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 nope. Odinists aren't murderers. That's not what they do. And I'm going to tell that everybody again, I am a firm believer in that there are extremists in every situation. He wasn't from Florida? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm almost positive he said he moved up from Florida. Foxfire, did I see your comment about? No, I was too busy reading that article and wasn't even looking. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah. Why do I not see your comment, Foxfire? Yeah, he gave up his patch. He gave up his patch because they were doing things that he didn't agree with, and he says he basically tried to like sabotage it, and then he left. He turned in his patch and bounced. Hold on, I don't know why I can't find your comment, Foxfire. The last one I see from you is, why does this not surprise me? Oh, hold on, wait. Oh shit. The guy dressed as a wed. He's dressed as a wed. Dressed as a red, white, and blue Viking makes 100% perfect sense. That one. That's what you're talking about. But they have Johnny Messer in here too. Where'd he go? There's Johnny Messer. And they're all throwing up the hand sign, the Vinlanders hand sign. This backup fanny pack was not made of nicer material, but BG's was. Is he in another article in 2018? This is from 2017. This is a little over a month after the murders. A little over a month after the murders is when this is from. That's their hand sign. It's like two fingers, your index and your middle pointed out, your ring finger down, and your pinky out. Let me see if I can find a better one. All right, this one's pretty good right here. So like the three fingers out and then the ring finger down. Oh, he was recognized in 2 prolific articles? I guess I didn't hear the date. Let me see if I can find. I did not. I only read this one. I didn't even know there was another one. So let me see what I can find. 2018. I don't know if this is. Let's see. This says mugshots. Oh, here. This popped up on the Google search. Patrick Donovan Westfall. Battery resulting in bodily injury. Cash only bond. Right, JC Marty? I don't think that I don't think there's anything to sue him for. They basically say he's an Odin, and then they say that in the Odin report that Amber Holder talks about him. Yeah. Oh, it's supposed to be the rune for Odin. Isn't that the F though? He was talking about that Loki is basically a traitor, and anybody who worships Loki is like, that's not people he hangs out with. Is this the right one? I mean, if it looks like him, and that dude's tall. Then that dude is really tall. All right, let me see. Let me go back to see what else I can find. That popped up when I was Googling for this 2018 article. If you guys find it, you can send it. That's definitely not it. That's a lot of older folk. I don't know. I don't see. I'll have to dig around and see what I can come up with, because I don't see it off the bat, and I don't want to waste your guys' time while I just look through Google and stuff. Let me try one more thing, and then if that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see one from 2018. So yeah, he's the troublemaker. That's him. It looked like him, but I mean, I hate to just be like, yeah, that's definitely him, and this is what it says when I don't know him, you know. Well, that's a lot of people thought it was for like virgin, but does it actually stand for Vinlanders? That's a great question. I don't know. Feel like you're in an Avengers movie. He's a liar, though. I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him, and that isn't far. Well, no, dude, the dude is 276.6. Yeah, no, I didn't. His DV charge against his wife for dragging her out of the house. I know he mentioned something about going through a divorce. He also talked about Brad Holder, and when he talked about Brad Holder's exes, he wasn't sure which one was what, but he said that the mother of the boys, which I thought was just, I was like, oh my god, this is cringy, that she would basically sleep with anybody and all of Brad's friends. I was like, that's tough. That's a tough one when you're talking about defamation. I was like, it just went on YouTube and said that she just sleeps around with all of her husband's friends. And then he said, oh man, where's Shebe? We were dying laughing at this part. That she came over to his house and was looking at him like he was a double cheeseburger. I was like, oh my gosh. Stupid pop-up. Has Freya been mentioned? I don't know much about all that stuff, so it's hard for me to be able to tell you. Like, I can, at the very beginning, he talks about the differences between, like, who worships what. Do you guys want to hear that? See, like I said, I want you guys to go over and actually listen on his channel, though, because I think he did a good interview. It was chill. I can guarantee you there's probably 1,000 follow-up questions. Because I know I have them, that he probably does too. This is just like a chill conversation.
The physical, all the testing and everything. I was getting accepted to warrant officer flight school. I was actually going to get a fly Blackhawks and shit, and then I fucking...
No, that's when he talks about getting...
And then they have an image of you from Brad's... And then you're like just cutting... Wouldn't you be doing that anyway if you're practicing Norse paganism? Isn't that something you would do?
Yeah, and I want to start off one thing, if I can, real quick. There isn't a son of a bitch out there that fucks with also true, that practices also true.
Here, right here.
You know, true to the Assyrian gods. There's 3 different levels of pantheon, I guess, in the faith. There's the Assyrian gods. The middle bracket is the Venerian gods, and then your lower bracket at the bottom is the Roker gods. So Asatru just means true to the Assyrian gods. And you have another branch of this that is called Varnatru, which is people who are true to the Venerian gods. And then your Rokers, and those are your darkies. Those, I don't mess with Roker Trus because it's, I don't want to say it's the darker side, man, but Loki's the kin killer. He's the family destroyer. He's the trickster. I don't like people who hail Loki. I don't like people who, you know, mess with the Roker Trus. It's Hela and Loki, and, you know, it's not evil in a sense, but I just don't prefer those people. But people who mess with also true, you know, when you get your first hammer, where, like, you know, a Christian wears a cross, a Jew wears a star, you know, you normally would make it yourself. Your first set of runes, they encourage you to make yourself. We were having a kindred meeting, a family group that comes together that, you know, you've all sat and vetted each other. You sat around and hung out with each other, and you know you get along. You got the same kind of personality. Frit. You know, the bond, you know, common grounds, we call it Frit. When you get a good kindred going, you know.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is I don't know enough about it to be able to actually say. So, C King, thank you. I don't know. Like I said, for the last couple of weeks, I've been trying to learn, but this isn't something that I can just, you know, figure out all the ins and outs of. So it's interesting because he does say they talk about, I wonder what, I didn't mark down the timestamp for that, but I should play that for you guys. He talks about the fallout with Brad Holder. And remember in the memorandum, it's like, oh, you guys had this big fight and after a ritual, and so you stop being friends with him and so on and so forth. He has like a whole thing, and it really didn't make a lot of sense to me. Let me see if I can find it.
Some everyday Joe Patrick supposedly had a date with me or some shit.
Yeah, something weird. Like they were recording the call or something.
I've been trying to figure out if Amber is the one that Brad.
Okay, that's where he's talking about the ex-wives.
The courthouse, the downtown, if you want to call it downtown, Delphi is like 2 miles wide by 2 miles, dude. It's a rinky-dink little Amish town, basically. We did this shit in my backyard. We weren't going out packing.
Oh, here. Okay.
Backyard, right there is Delphi. He's got powerful friends. Actually, somebody he knew. And he brought her to my house one time, and that broad was just staring at me like a goddamn double cheeseburger, bud. And I was just like, Brad, you don't need to bring her back over here, dude. I got old ladies here, families here.
Oh my God, I was dying when he said that.
Thinking in my head, the reason that she was asking about me and Brad got all shit show sideways was he was trying to keep her from coming to my house and cheat on him with another one of his buddies. So he was giving her the whole, he's got powerful friends.
Yeah.
Stay away, you know. Ooh.
Well, she said something about a ritual.
Grind your bones to making bread.
She said you guys, like, right around the time of the murders, there was a ritual that went wrong, and Brad said, I can't hang around with him. He's a dangerous guy. And it was right after, like, a ritual that had gone wrong. Like, it just doesn't seem even true.
Okay, I'm going to pause it real quick because I have a question. So, C. King, did you see where they went back and they found the Purdue professor, right? And the Purdue professor comes and says, essentially, and I'm going to totally paraphrase it, but essentially says, hey, yeah, we do think this is like Odinistic, or essentially somebody who thinks that they're like an Odinist, who's, you know, who kind of like a wannabe almost. That's what I said. I'm totally going to paraphrase what this professor said. When your comment made me think of this, because then I'm like, would this group of people that the defense is talking about fit that if they're not? And this is one of the reasons I wanted to learn more about this whole religious part of it, is because if it is this offshoot of semi kind of trying to practice stuff, then would they be would they meet the criteria of what the professor is saying would be the type of person who put this stuff at the crime scene? Does that make sense? Yeah, I can't wait to see how the prosecution is going to talk their way around presenting the young guy sketch and stating this is the person they are looking for, who looks nothing like RA, and the info doesn't fit. Well, you know what they're going to say is Doug Carter always said, I believe if you put the two sketches together, then you're going to have the murderer right there in the middle. Like, the info doesn't fit their way. They're going to have the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and then they're going to have documents that prove that they're telling the truth. Is absolutely right. These people think they are Asatru or something Norse, but it doesn't make sense because Asatru doesn't use elder. I'm going to say that. I don't hate butchering words. Fulthark runes. So what they're practicing is like a weird mix of all of these different things. And then it fits like with the Purdue professor saying it's somebody who kind of thinks that they are, or they're trying to be. Your comment made me think that right off the bat, like it totally matched the professor. Awesome. Put the two sketches together. It's a sketch. It's not a photograph. Okay, you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yeah, put them together, take them apart. Depending on which one you ask, it's don't put them together. They're two different people. We're not looking for the first sketch anymore. That's not a person of interest. Like they identified him. Okay, let me see I think this is close to being done.
True.
No. When I told Brad to beat Brits, it was in my living room. Like, we didn't go deep out into the woods to do our ensembles and our blokes. We did this shit in my backyard, right there in Delphi, right by Canal Park. Just a couple blocks away from the courthouse, the downtown, if you want to call it downtown. Delphi is like 2 miles wide by 2 miles, dude. It's a rinky-dink little Amish town, basically. We did this shit in my backyard. We weren't going out packing, 7 to 10 kids and a handful of adults out in some deep, remote wilderness scene with creeks and all this shit. Dude, it happened in my backyard. And when I told Brad to beat Brits, it was in my living room in front of everybody. That's just the person I am. I'm not going to be all bashful and sidestep somebody and Jim Hall around. If there's a problem, I'm fucking bringing it up to the surface. We're going to take care of it right here, right now. If we can get past it, we get past it. If not, everybody go their own ways. And he picked up Asatru because of me. While he was going through his divorce with apparently the kid's mom that's not Amber, can't remember the broad's name, he was staying with his parents. Okay. His excuse is we had found out that he was going to church, Christian church, every weekend, and then he was coming to my house and playing Asatru, and I'm not one of those half-in, half-out guys either.
He says he was playing Asatru. Does he talk about playing because he was pretending because he's going to the church? I thought that was a weird way of saying it, so I didn't know exactly what he meant. That would be a follow-up question.
I'm serious about this lifestyle. I love Asatru. It's who I am. It's who I've been for a long time. And I don't like the phony shit. And it's like, Brad, have you been going to church, dude? Oh, yeah, I go to church every Sunday. I was like, well, you're coming over here and you're, in my house with me doing awesome true, bud. You don't do both, man. You need to pick one or the other. You got to either be all in or you're all out.
See, he says you can't come over here and do Asatru. I don't go to church and do Christianity. It was just such a weird way to say this. Like, you can't come over here and do Asatru. And then he said the thing about playing, and that made me go, like, I'm so confused. Yeah, the broads. Yeah, he liked the word broads. Sluethie, you going to come up before we go to talking about the crime scene? You going to come up still? I sent you the link. Yeah, but like, you're going to come over here and do Asatru. Like, I'm going to go to church and do Christianity. It just is weird to me.
He's like, well, I guess I'm all out then. And that was the end of it. I said, well, grab anything you got in my house and beat bricks, bro.
Yeah.
He did it. He left the book back there.
You can't just come over here and play. Yeah, on Messenger. You can't come over here and play Asatru and do Asatru. I'm gonna go to church and do Catholicism. It's just so weird. I don't know. It was a weird terminology. Yeah. Sorry, busy, off to do cult. Yeah, it seems that way. Like, they were more mimicking the things they saw on TV than it being someone who is actually practicing in Norse belief. But he says, like, he's been doing like, this has been like most of his adult life. So I found that interesting too. Jeannie, why doesn't Patrick know Elvis? So they do ask him. Sleuth asked him about Elvis Fields. He's like, yeah, I don't know anything about that, but he does know Johnny Messer. Which I didn't obviously go back and go through the memorandum again, but from my recollection, it really states that Elvis was mimicking Brad Holder, not necessarily that Elvis and Patrick Westfall were tied together. They continued to talk about like Elvis and I think it was Rod or Ron, like the Abrams guy. And the one who acted like his dad, I can't remember his name to save my life, but those guys from Rushville knew Johnny Messer, and Johnny Messer knew Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. And that's how they all kind of tied together. I don't know if they necessarily were all together. And if they were, and you go with Elvis's story of events per his sisters, they would have met, quote unquote, that day. But this dude being 6'6", 270, in there, Amber Holder says that she thinks that Brad's afraid of him. I'm thinking, yeah, he probably is. He really probably is. More modern Norse religions don't do any kind of sacrifice, because when you sacrifice something, even a meal, then the gods owe you something in return. They don't like to be in debt to humans. Oh, that's interesting. Sluethie, what's up? You're muted, love. Why are you muted? Did I mute you? No. You muted you. All right, she'll come when she's ready. He's definitely not BG being that tall. Oh, no. Yeah, no. 6'6"? What? Yeah. He was infantry, all right. Maybe it was more to do with their brand of white nationalism, not caring for Catholics. They did a cell phone dump. They would know if people were in the area. Well, that was my question about Richard Allen. Wouldn't that tie him to the area then? Non-secular. Yeah, and non-secular. I don't know what they do. It's weird. You mean you don't go to church to do Christianity? Maybe she's having a problem with her mic. Yeah, I'd fucking be afraid, dude. They got some 6'6", 270, and then and then he's telling you to get the hell. He's telling, what did he say? He didn't say kick rocks, but that's essentially what it was. So they painstakingly decided to collect microscopic hairs and fibers found in and around the bodies, but just said F it to the branches and other material found directly on top of the bodies. What the fuck? Well, then my next question to go with that, Kay, is what did they find after meticulously and painstakingly going through and picking all those things up? What did they find that actually matches that? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. It was my terrible internet.
I thought you were just muted. I was like, oh, maybe something happened real quick and you were going to come back up.
No, dude, there's so much in this. Like, I didn't
I
even
know.
realize till I was like typing it, and then I was like, and then I was going back through it, and like, because they kind of jump in multiple places, and dude, there's so many questions that like I felt like a follow-up question should have been asked because it was interesting and it wasn't, and I'm like, well, shit. Then I'm going through the memorandum, and I'm like, oh my God, what about this though? Like if I would have had the opportunity to talk, you know what I mean? I would have brought up more than just the stuff everybody's talking about, you know?
I thought it was chill because it was like the first conversation they had, and it was like no pressure and, you know, like super simple. It didn't get into anything too deep, which makes sense with somebody you don't know. And you're like, I don't even know really kind of where you stand yet. Just kind of let them talk. But I do have so many follow-up questions. And now I even going back and listening to it again, I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he like, I forget the name of maybe it was like Dusty or Dustin. Like I forget, I'll have to look, but I forget the name of the guy that one of the ex-girlfriends said that I guess the whole point of bringing him up was that like this guy was also equivalent, let's say, to Elvis, and that they had a history of like using this man to him and Messer had a history of so like I would have asked about who that person was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because he talks about like he doesn't know who that is, and they don't recruit people. There's no recruiting being done. You have to come, and then they have to see if you're worthy. And I was like, and I'm totally not saying it verbatim. You probably actually know it verbatim. But he says like they come, and then we kind of decide if they are able to join.
Yeah, he said we don't recruit. Vinlanders don't come to you; you come to us. That's what he said.
Right. So then, is there like a gang thing with like the blood in, blood out? How do you get in then? You come and be like, hey, I want to come over to your house and do some acid true. How do I get in, dude? You know what I mean?
Well, how do you know that they exist if they're not like promoting themselves in some way? Do you know what I mean? Or is it like just the patches, you know?
Well, and maybe Johnny Messer is out there recruiting.
I mean, the way he was talking about it. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, I've been looking up a bunch of this stuff. So, like, the Asatru stuff, like, it's really interesting, and all the different gods and whatnot. Like, it's very interesting stuff. The problem is you get these, like, subsections that do it, and they're kind of doing Asatru, like, whatever way they're doing it. But that's not necessarily what the research that we can find on actual Asatru is. You know what I mean?
Right. Which is why when we're talking about it, and I've like on lives when I've brought it up, and I get a lot of comments from people who are like, I am an Odinist, and this is what I practice, and this is what I believe. And I'm kind of like, well, I don't really know what to tell you, because this is, you know, this is what they're saying it is, not what I'm saying it is. I don't know it to be able to say this is like, you know, fun and games kind of let's play Asatru.
Yeah. And also it's like, you also have to know. So when he starts talking about like a kindred, first of all, I didn't know what he was saying. So I spent like an hour just going through like a 3 minute explanation of Asatru that he was giving to make sure I was spelling stuff right and knew, you know, because I was like, never heard that before, and was looking up the different things, try to understand what he was saying. And when he talks about like the kindred, so if you're thinking about a kindred, I'll be honest, and I'm not saying that they're the same thing, but when I was thinking about how it's being explained, and then I was on this website that actually lists some where they can go in and say, you know, here's my email. Our kindred is in Charleston, South Carolina. Reach out to us if you want to join or whatever. and kind of how it looked to me was like different like covens, like that are their own like little family that does that
That's the
practices it
group.
whatever way they're doing. Yeah. So you have to remember that he says on here that, and there's even a picture of Brad Holder where he mentions it too, and I think it's called like Gunganiers something or other, and basically the name that they use is the name of Odin's spear, but it's their
Okay.
own group. So you won't necessarily know exactly all the practices that they do unless you're in that kindred. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, it does make sense.
And they're all reading like, so if you're reading these poems and stuff, right, it's all left up to interpretation. There's no like, you're not going, it's not like a situation where you're going to like a church and the preacher's preaching at you and telling you what certain things mean, explaining it to you. You're reading these old poems that have been translated by somebody else, and then you're trying to interpret it. So one person might read it and interpret it for exactly what it says, and the other one might, and somebody else might say, and their kindred might say, oh well, it's hypothetical, like, or it's imagery, they're just using it to say that, like for instance, I don't know like what you are, but like I'm Catholic. So when we make communion, when we do our communion and stuff, like we're not actually eating and drinking the body and blood of Christ, right?
Right.
But that's what we call it. You know, and that's what it says, and like that's what it says.
Yep.
So it's just it's like somebody breaking off from that and being like, oh no, we got to have the actual body and blood of Christ. You know what I mean?
So if somebody was reading it and just reading about your religion that knows nothing about it, I see where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's like, oh my gosh, they're over here drinking people's blood, and
yeah, and
yeah,
I could see the fanboy comment too from Turco, like being someone like that, like someone that doesn't have very much direction in Asatru itself, and they're just trying to interpret what the stuff says. Does that make sense?
Yep. It absolutely. They're coming up with their own. So they're taking all this information that they've done their research or from whomever taught them, and wherever it was passed down to them from, and then they're taking it and going, okay, this is what we believe this is, so this is what we're going to do. Now that's concerning. Correct. Because like we've talked about so many times, just because you're an Odinist doesn't mean that you're out there doing like human sacrifices. That's just not the way that it is anymore.
Correct.
But if you're taking some of these words from the old days and you're deciding what you're going to do with this information, where do you go with it in your kindred?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there's no oversight, right? Like your oversight is your kindred. Like there's no, there's nothing higher than you, like checking in to see if you're quote doing it right. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. You don't have anybody that you're reporting to. And he does say that. He talks about that like they're all basically equal.
Yeah.
But there's somebody that's got to be in charge of it. I mean, even we looked at the article, there's people who create these factions of people in the different areas.
Well, that's just unrealistic, because if you're all equal, then how did you, kick Brad Holder out of this entirely? How did you pull the patch of Johnny Messer? Like, as an equal, like, I'm going to be like, you're going to do what? Like, no, you're not. You can't do that. But like, if you have that type of authority, and I'll be honest, like where I got to at the end of all of this was that it very much felt to me, and there's really questions that like I need answered. Like number one of the questions that I need to know for sure is like if any of his kids were, specifically any of his daughters were at the park or the trails that day. And because they went to school with the girls. And so, I need to know that, but it felt very much like it's possible that he's a person that could be leaving a lot of people in his wake that can build very, very, very complex resentments. Pulling people's patches and and kicking them out of places, doing it in front of people. Like when he explains the whole thing about Brad Holder, he's like, oh no, we didn't just get into an argument like while we were doing a thing like out in the woods. Like we were standing in my living room and in front of everybody. I was like,
Yep.
have you been going to church? You know what I mean? Like
He's like, that's
like a
how I do it. I'm
confrontation
gonna
in
make
front of
sure
everyone.
that I'm gonna right to your face and in front of everybody and make sure that everybody knows what's being
Yeah.
said. So that makes me go, okay, so who is the everybody? That's a follow-up question. Who is there? Who's there, and how do you just say if so? Do you take? Does Brad Holder have a patch? Are you taking it? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I don't see anything on him. I mean, I went through Brad Holder's page like immediately before shit started going away. And I didn't see anything like Christianity based at all. Like
Either.
even hinting towards being curious, which, you know, that doesn't mean that he wasn't. He could have been trying to figure out what he wanted to do, right? And just trying different things. But it seemed
It didn't make sense when he said it, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because I as well was going through anything that was Brad Holder and Brad Holder's, Steve Rogers account. There's nothing on there that says like, yeah, I'm Christian. Like he's like full into it. He's full
Oh my
into
God.
this or whatever it is that they're actually doing. He doesn't seem like he's half-assing it in any way. And so even if he was at that time and he's doing this 50-50 kind of whatever,
Yeah.
it's surprising to me that he would go like that. Westfall's like, no, you have to choose. And he's like, well, I'm going to choose Christianity. And then
didn't.
and then literally just continues to post all the stuff that has to go with,
Yeah.
that part. I'm like, when did he choose Christianity? Where did that go?
Yeah. And there wasn't even really like a break. And also, I'm not sure where we are in this, but like something that I also found interesting was like, again, I keep thinking in my head about like the fan voice comment, and also this idea that I've had in my head this entire time, which is not so much that like a practicing, for 30 years, Odinist would have ritually sacrificed these girls, but could have been someone that didn't know what they were doing entirely. Could it have been some type of like lashing out in retribution kind of thing for something entirely different than what's been talked about? And also someone that wasn't enthralled in it like you would think, meaning it would be difficult to determine. For example, when Turco said, I can't tell you what the runes mean. Well, maybe that's because they don't actually say something.
They don't
It
actually
means something to the person.
Yeah.
Correct. So I'm like, so then he's talking about the kids, right? And I don't know if we're there yet, but he's talking about the kids.
I've gone all over the place, so we can go anywhere you want to go. We can definitely just go, because I've gone back and forth trying to talk about different pieces. I didn't want to take the whole interview because I want people to be able to watch it on Sleuth Intuition's channel. So I just kind of cherry picked some parts, but I have no problem cherry picking other ones.
Yeah, it's a lot, and the transcript is really good, but for some parts of it, like you really need to hear the inflection in his voice, especially in like certain parts when he chooses to speak a certain way and when he doesn't. So, but the part where he's talking about, he was asked about cutting the sticks with the saw, and he was like, I was cutting he goes into this big explanation about how, like a Catholic gets a cross, their first cross or whatever. And he makes a comment about making them. And I thought, I've never made a cross, not ever.
Yeah. And he was like the first, like just like somebody gets their first cross. Like we're told that we have to make our first ones.
Yeah. I'm like, no, like, I mean, I've always had one, but I've never made my own. But anyway, so he goes into how, the kids, he was cutting those for the kids because the kids were making runes. They were going to carve runes.
Yeah, they were going to make their first set. So I have a question about, when we're talking about kids. Mm-hmm. Why would they bring in his son?
I'm so glad you asked.
In August.
I'm so glad you asked. So he actually talks about how he had his first interview. Then he goes back a week later and he does this 4.5-hour polygraph test. As he's coming out of the polygraph, he realizes that they've called his son.
Yeah.
If you remember from the memorandum,
Where he says that at.
the defense says that Patrick Westfall's alibi the day of the murders was that he was at home with his son, Nick. And then they go on to say, we don't have any paperwork that shows that any warrants were obtained to validate that or any verification of his alibi whatsoever, since he told it on February 19th of 2017, right? So now fast forward all the way to August, sometime in August 2023, you've already arrested somebody. You're saying that this Odinism stuff is nonsense. But here we are, we're interviewing this man and we're asking him repeatedly about satanic stuff and if he knows so and so. Like what I found interesting was him saying they barely asked about Richard Allen at all. They said, "Do you know him in any way?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, "Okay." And like that was it.
Yeah, and he didn't see anything wrong with that. He was like, "Yeah." It was like, "Yeah, I didn't know him," and they were like, "That's all they asked me about him."
Yeah.
And then they asked if I've ever stabbed anybody with a knife and if I've ever done.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Why this?" That's the whole thing to me. It's like. People are like, well, of course, like he's just being interrogated or being interviewed by the police. It's like,
but why?
Exactly. We got to talk about when he's being interviewed or interrogated and why they're even doing it. If they've supposedly already asked all these questions, he's been cleared and they have their guy. This is reasonable doubt to a jury all by itself. But his son says he was at school that day.
Uh-huh.
But all the schools were out.
Uh-huh. So here's the problem.
Unless he went to some faraway school that we don't know about, all the schools there are right.
Yeah, that's the problem. So the way that based on his timeline that he gave of these interviews, I'd imagine that either something was asked that was incorrect or he said he couldn't remember or whatever during the polygraph. And they were like, well, back when we interviewed him once in 2017, a couple days after the murder, he said he was at home with his son. So now we have to get a hold of the son to verify the alibi. So he's saying like it's no big deal. He's in school. He was in school. He said, I was in school because my dad doesn't mess around and this and that. And I'm thinking, you dumb. Did you read the whole memo? Because if you did, you wouldn't be harping on the fact that he was at school because you said you were at home with him. Period. That's why only one of 7 of his kids was brought back in August. It was to confirm his alibi. And
why do they need to confirm his alibi now?
Correct. Yeah. I mean,
they already cleared him. He's been cleared. Brad Holder's been cleared. They've all been cleared. Why do we need to confirm your alibi now? Is it just to show that we did confirm it? Because I don't know how that. And he even says like, my kid's like, that's 6 years ago. I have no idea. Call the school and ask them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe that's what maybe they were like, well, we already know what it's hitting for. And they're going to say that none of these people were actually, their alibis were checked out. So now we got to do it before they say it. You know what I mean? That could be so. But my thing that concerns me in a way is the fact that nowhere is it mentioned that Patrick Westfall came in for a second interview. So again, now that he's blasted that out of his own face hole to everybody, you know how they always say like the defense never knows about exculpatory evidence until way after, and like there's already been again that they're like, why didn't you give it to us? Like they can't ask for things they don't know if they exist. But here now you have Patrick Westfall saying, oh yeah, like I went in and took it. So in my thoughts, I'm like
a 4.5-hour polygraph that I don't even know if I passed or not.
Yeah, in my head, I'm thinking, well, if I'm the state, if all this other stuff that they're saying is true, which I'm here to tell you, I think we're going to start seeing as a little bit time goes on that each of these things that are being said are real. I think people are having a hard time realizing that the information that was in that memorandum might sound absurd and crazy, but like all of it came from papers that were written by the people that were investigating. So like if it's crazy because they were doing it 5 years ago going down crazy paths that just never got worked all the way out. But my thing is if they are being shady, if he did fail, let's say for something as
Let's say
simple
he
as his
failed.
alibi, like, then I'm gonna be like, well, fuck. Like, if he'd have passed, then we'd be like, see, he passed. Like, you're tripping for no reason. Like, we checked his alibi and he passed a polygraph, just like Elvis Fields' sister. But if he failed, I would imagine they would want to make sure they would want to pretend like that entire 4.5 hours never happened.
Oh yeah, they're not going to want to put that in there, or they're going to hide it like they did with the professor, and they just put the name on it. So they're going to put something that has to do with Patrick, but not like actually identify it as like a Patrick Westfall kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And hide it in the discovery and be like, no, because we know from the last documents, they said, we don't have a problem with a discovery deadline. We've given them everything we have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then then they like should hope that the polygraph that he just put on blast that he took, if he took it. Now, if he didn't take it and he didn't go back in for 4.5 hours and wasn't asked those questions, then you have to turn around and say, well, why did you say that?
Right. And I got the
I don't
vibe
take
that
him for. Yeah, I don't think I mean, he seemed like he would have answered any question you would have asked.
Yeah.
Like untouchable, I don't care.
He's like, I'm totally open. You guys ask me whatever you want. And then
Yeah.
somebody was like, basically you're a piece of shit. And he's like, I really don't care what you think. Like, okay, great. Like he just didn't care. And that's why I said, I think it was a super chill interview, but there's a lot to ask and there's a lot to follow up on.
Yeah.
I'm curious though, then what do the investigators do when now this kid says I was in school that day?
Well, see, so they can't go back and recover data. Let's say they would then say, okay, well, now we need to get a search warrant, like let's say of his phone to see if, where his phone was at or pinging or whatever. Like that was so many years ago. I don't know that would be available. I guess maybe they couldn't. I guess that would just be something in the defenses where the defense could. I mean, that's reasonable doubt. Well, you don't know where this person was. You have no clue. You chose not to verify his alibi back then, and so now we have no clue where he was at.
Right. That's my whole thing. So now, even if they say, okay, well, Nick wasn't at school because there was no school that day, now we have two people who are technically unaccounted for.
Correct.
That the defense is saying we think that these guys did it. And we have the kid who was 12 at the time, who's like, I think I was in school. I really don't even know what I was doing. And the dad's who's like, yeah, I was hanging out with him.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I would imagine that they couldn't brush one off. I mean, they were each other's alibis. I would be willing to say that, it wasn't 9 or 7. So I think that probably they wouldn't be able to just brush it off. Like I think they would include that as two people that were unaccounted for. You know what I mean?
Right. So, well, you also have an older person sketch and a younger person sketch seen by two different people.
Yeah.
What do you do with that? And you're bringing in the guy's son.
I mean, the whole thing just doesn't look good. I also don't know why no one's talking about the fact that, okay, so something that it popped up and then I literally stopped doing the transcription because I'm so tired of hearing it. And it's false. It's demonstrably false. And it's easy, like, to show you that it's false. Is for whatever reason, there's this thing going around that Brad's, like the sock account that he has.
Yeah, his Steve Rogers account.
Yes, is friends with Lesenby's.
It's not
correct.
her.
Correct. Like
bringing that up. Yes, it's not the same Sarah. It's ironic, but it's not Lesenby's wife, Sarah. They look very, very different.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if that girl is related in any way, but I'm here to tell you it is absolutely not his wife. Like I pulled up his wife's actual Facebook, which I'm not willing to just like put out there, but I did put a picture like of her. You could see where it said her name, and she was in a picture with him. And I'm like, this is clearly not that same person, and her Facebook account is well established. But I think that Johnny Messer is either going to be like, and I'm just throwing this out there. I hope you don't care, but this is just kind of the vibe that I got based off of what he was saying, as well as the memo with the whole borrowed the car, had blood on it. The girlfriend couldn't get it off for days, had to wash it multiple times.
That's Johnny Messer's girlfriend.
Correct.
Wife.
And yeah. And then all this stuff that he was saying, Patrick was saying, and I was like, oh man, like it made me kind of sick because, and that was also why I wanted to know if any of Patrick's children, any of the 7 of them was at the trails that day, seeing as how, from all accounts, that's what all the kids did, like all the time. That's like all they have to do is go to the trails. So, you know, depending on, like, let's just say that we go with what you're saying to us is he's this like, I mean, he basically was comparing him to Loki, and said like really terrible things, like about being a kid killer and a con artist, and you know, you're comparing this man to that, and then you're also then telling me that you got mad because he was like using these fake $20 bills or whatever, and you'd finally had it, and so you pulled his patch and you did this and that, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to know like when that happened. Did it happen before this happened, or did it happen after? Because if he was in Rushville and he was unfamiliar, like less familiar with your children than people that live in Delphi, like how could that be ruled out? Especially that, like, if those kids were there, that's going to be a big problem for me. If any of his kids were there, because
imagine, because we know that Richard Allen saw a group of 3 girls when he got there, but he says he got there at 12:30, and we don't know of a group of 3 girls that are leaving. But these people are all related to each other.
Dude, when I found out, listen.
Wait a minute. Were his kids there? Is there something else happening here?
Well, wouldn't it be crazy? And it's not clear at all. It doesn't look like anybody has an explanation, but as far as it reads right now is that there's a group of 4 girls and there's a group of 3 girls. So,
yes.
And if you notice, like in the notes, it says at the bottom of these notes from Doolin was, who are these 3 girls?
Yep.
So could it have been, I'm going to need to know, like Bree, first of all, the fact that these girls that allegedly saw, who they're saying is Richard Allen that day are connected to a victim's sister, you know, that to me, that seems like I would be wanting to look for other eyewitnesses, because especially with Bree in particular, who I'm now finding out, which I had no idea. I'm probably way late to the party, but when I heard her say that, you know, she searched from whatever it was, like 4:30 to 5:30, and when they didn't find the girl, she went to work, and then got called at work and told to come to the police station because she was the last one to see the girls alive, and she showed up with Bree. I was like, how's she showing up with Bree? And then I'm reading the affidavit for the search for Richard Allen's house, and I'm like, it says Bree was interviewed in 2020 and she gave you timestamp photos. So are you telling me, and they're not timestamp photos of the man, they're just like timestamp photos of like, you know, outside.
They're the ones of the bridge and ones of the girls on the bench that they sent to her mom.
Yeah. So are you telling me that 3 years later, timestamped photo and timestamped how? Like timestamped, like, oh, this, look, I posted this on Instagram at this time. Like, is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about metadata on a picture?
Yeah, great question. We don't know the answer.
And regardless, the fact that it was 3 years later when she showed up at the police station that very day, that very night with Kelsey, I'm not understanding why she A, was not interviewed, and B, didn't say, I was at the trails.
I was there. I was there at the same time. Oh, you're cutting
It's
out.
very frustrating. I can't move my phone.
And then are you
There, I
aware
should be
that
better
Bree
now.
got the Abby scholarship?
What is it?
Did you know that Bree got the Abby scholarship?
Yeah, I was in here the other day whenever you were talking about that, and I
Yeah.
was like, you know, I'm really I'm trying not to. I'm really not trying. I feel like I'm giving people more leniency um that I'm beginning to feel is not necessarily like warranted. Like I feel like at a certain point when there's all these contradictions, like if we're still going to court, we're still allowing someone who's repeatedly asked to be moved from a prison that he doesn't belong in yet.
Yep.
And then these extra affidavits come out from these officers, dude, and he's like, yeah, we were wearing the patches. I don't know what Odinism is, but and I'm thinking that is literal bullshit. There's no way on this earth that you practice Norse paganism and you don't know what Odinism is. You're wearing a patch that says in
Well, the
Odin
one
we
guy's like,
trust.
well, it could be associated with Odinism, but that's not like essentially what I wear it for. Give me one second. I want to answer a couple questions from chat real quick. So, the Richard Allen says he got to the bridge at 12:30 and he left at 1:30. That's according to him. Now, he says that when he got there, he saw 3 girls. He did not talk to them. Now, there's a group of 4 girls that was leaving at about 1:30 who say they saw a guy matching the description of the video. They don't say that the guy is matching the description of Richard Allen, which is a whole nother issue.
Correct.
They say it matches the description of the guy from Libby's video. Now,
in fact, Bree says he matches the picture of the guy, and then it says like Liga believes that she thinks that it's the one that the police released. It's like,
yeah, why didn't you ask her?
I don't care what Liga believes. What did she say? Did she say it looks like the one from that?
Ask her, what picture are you talking about?
What if she meant the picture of the young guy? The sketch.
Oh, yeah. Who
You know
knows?
what I mean?
What if she just meant there's a picture of somebody? But then there's a whole nother layer to that because when she's shown pictures, she actually points out somebody else. But that's a whole nother thing. So the problem is 3 of the 4 girls were interviewed. The 4th girl was one of the girl's younger sisters, and they said they didn't interview her, whatever. But
why?
So people, I know. But so people keep thinking he saw 3 girls and 3 girls saw him because there's statements from 3 girls, even though those statements are years difference in the time that they gave these statements. So people keep going, well, he saw 3 girls saw him. That has to be the same 3 girls. Well, no, he saw 3 girls and 4 girls saw him. So did he miss one of the girls? Maybe.
I doubt it.
I mean, it's odd to me. So yes, so somebody was confused about the count of the girls. That's the issue with the count of the girls. So my question is, we know that they went and accounted for groups, including groups of girls that were at the trail and bridge after the girls went missing. Within that, like 2:30 to 4 o'clock time frame, there was different groups of people that they went and talked to, like Cheyenne and her friends, the couple, so on and so forth. But I've never heard of them talking to anybody who was there before to be able to confirm if Richard Allen was actually there before or not there.
Why Bree was there.
Right.
Bree was there. Actually, it's interesting. And also what I found interesting about the whole Bree thing once I found out about it was, why didn't you say that? And also, besides the one witness who provided details to make a sketch that she called a 10 out of 10 for accuracy of a young man, she's the only person that saw the girls, our girl, like Abby and Libby. None of these other girls saw the girls. So where were the girls?
The only one who said they saw the girl is Betsy Blair.
Yeah, and that was like later. That was at like I don't want to say it wrong, but I feel like I want to say like 2 o'clock.
Around them, but she sees the young guy out on the bridge on the first platform, and then she turns around and walks the trail the other way, sees who she believes to be Abby and Libby, She turns this sketch in within 3 days. They have a sketch of this dude. They do
Right.
not put out at all. Instead, they wait for Sarah Carbaugh to come in months later in July and give another sketch. And they're like, oh, we're going to use this sketch instead.
Well, I think that's because they had the, I think that's, and this is wrong. It's wrong. But I think that's because they had the video and they thought that her description would match the man on the bridge. My whole thing is if that video, the video obviously doesn't show the man approach them close enough to where his face can be seen, right? So they didn't necessarily, like, how would you prove that that man in front of them is the one, like, is that she stood there while he walked an entire 60 feet and was scared enough to film him, but they were talking about girl stuff and what they were going to do afterwards, and she didn't run away, right?
Mhm.
So how are you going to prove that it wasn't someone that approached them from behind and said down the hill and then there they went? It could be two totally different people. But my question is where are they, number one, where are they getting that person on the bridge simply because they could see him walking towards them is the person that is speaking and also the person that killed them? But number two, Betsy, and I want to make sure I understood what you were just saying. So Betsy saw this young man on the bridge already, turned around and was walking out, and the girls were walking towards the bridge. Is that how I understand?
Yep.
Okay. So they would have had to walk past this person already.
Yeah. So that's the big question. She says that the young guy is out here on the bridge. I don't know if you can see the screen or not. So on this first platform, she walks to the edge of where you'd go onto the bridge, sees him out there on the first platform, and then turns around and walks back. And as she's walking back, she sees the girls, who she believes to be Abby and Libby, halfway between the bridge and the trail crossing. Because this entrance right here, they can come in. It goes this way too. It comes down here, which is where Derek German goes, is this way. I should probably put that on there. But like, there's like a trail that goes down here. So this is like a crossing. So she sees them halfway there, and she goes this way and finishes her walk, and then goes back to her car that's also parked here, and then leaves. So she would have seen them. She gets there at, let me tell you, I can tell you what time she gets there. Betsy Blair gets there at 1:46, and she leaves at 2:14. Mm-hmm.
So, and the down the hill video is at 2:13.
Correct. So if you go over to the bridge, come on, why are you being finicky? You go over to the bridge, you have Libby and Abby walking on the bridge, right? So either this guy that she saw either goes and starts walking back on the trail to maybe follow Betsy Blair, possibly, or stays right where he's at, which we would potentially see him in a picture, which some people believe they do. So the girls are walking this way. Libby stops right here and takes a picture of the bridge pointing east, like pointing this way, pointing towards the end. Mm-hmm. That first plane picture. Then the girls keep walking. Libby comes out onto this platform, turns around, and takes the picture of Abby here. Why Abby's walking. So she's over here on this platform. Now that picture would be facing this area.
Yeah, but he was only 60. Okay, but then when she started recording, where was she? Was she off the bridge?
So no, she wasn't off the bridge yet. She's over here on this platform where she's taking the video, and he is way back here. So you can see the difference in
60 feet.
Yeah. So you can see the difference in how far away the video is, because people are always like, why is that so pixelated, but Abby's picture is so clear? And I'm like, they were right next to each other. You know what I mean? And then somebody else in the chat was like, yeah, and plus the video's moving, like she's walking, and it's like she's got it like in her pocket almost. So and he's way back there. They zoom in on it, which makes it super pixelated. Then they get to the end of the bridge, and then you hear the down the hill. So this guy would have to go much faster. He'd have to pick up his pace to come this way. But there are people who believe, and a lot of the people who think that Ron Logan might be involved believe that the person could have come up this way, walked
From
the
behind
bridge
them.
here, walked the bridge from the east side, walks this way, and
Yeah.
goes, wait a minute, and then turns around, and that's when she catches him on video. And that
100%. And
that this guy over here,
also,
that guy has nothing to do with anything. He's just a guy who was out on the bridge on the platform.
and you also have to remember that, and nobody wants to talk about Teresa, but earlier that morning, and she provided a sketch too. I would love to see that sketch because
Well, that's
apparently
the one that they supposedly, what's his name, put out.
who?
I put it, Rick Snay. But I know the sketch has been around. I have seen it. I just thought it was somebody's random ass sketch. Hold on, I'll grab it. Because
I mean, does it
probably,
look like Elvis? Because
Yeah, here, I'll show you.
I was going to say, because apparently the police also admitted in a deposition that it looked like Elvis, and that was early in the morning. So if that person, and that side of the bridge is where Teresa's house is.
So
So
Teresa's house is
if
over
that-
here. Right here.
Yeah.
This is her house. So what she was saying is like, there's no reason to even be on this road unless you're coming to their house or her house. There's nothing else here.
But look at all those woods you could duck down for literally hours. Like that person could have approached from this direction and been there since the morning. You know what I mean?
All right, let me see. Show you. There. So this is the other one.
Oh, yeah.
That has the name like D Bryant, and it says like the year 2017 down here in the corner. Like I said, I know it had been around long ago. I never took it seriously. I just thought it was one of those sketches that somebody made and put out there themselves because there's so many of those.
Well, but so this came out before the memo?
This has been out for a very long time.
Then I'm inclined to believe.
I don't know where it came from or anything. Somebody in the live the other day was like, hey, he showed the sketch from Teresa Liebert. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And so I went and looked and I'm like, I've seen this. He's saying that he just saw it within the couple days beforehand. So I don't know I don't even know I don't know literally where it came from. Like I said, it has been there. I just thought it was one of those sketches that, people are like, oh, here's my sketch of what I think the person looks like based on the video. There's like 1,000 of them. I just tossed it to the wayside. He's saying this is Teresa Liebert's sketch. And on the bottom, it says State Police, and it says D. Bryant. And the guy's name who made the sketch of the younger guy is Taylor D. Bryant. And they say that he's also the same one who made Teresa Liebert's sketch.
I'm looking and I don't think.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this memo doesn't say specifically who did her thing, I don't think. Oh, just because I happened to skim by it just now, something else that stuck out to me was when he said, when Patrick Westfall was talking about, that's why what does he call it? The whatever period, that period is a prospect. What is the word? It's like a year and a half to 2 years where they watch you. They have a private detective.
That's your prospect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the word?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
So,
I know that now because of Sons of Anarchy.
So he goes, we do like a background check on you. We watch you. We have a private detective. First of all, I want to know who the private detective is. If it's a legitimate licensed individual that would be doing that for them. I mean, that's like not a private detective. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking, and then he said, for that period of time or whatever, until you're considered what we call a brother. And immediately my brain went snap back to where Elvis's sister was, they said he was at a gang and that, they're now his brothers. Yeah. And he don't have any. I thought, just the words that he was using. And I'm sorry, I don't care who you are. Elvis Fields lived over 120 miles from Delphi. Okay. Within days of these girls dying, he wasn't at the search. He didn't hear it around Delphi. His sisters had no idea the girls had been killed. He starts spouting off at the mouth.
On the 14th, he tells the first sister.
And acting in the way that we listened to a week later, the FBI sit there at a press conference to tell us how the individual would be acting. Okay. And she says he was like erratic and and talking, and she was just like, what the hell's going on? And he's talking about being on the bridge with the two girls. He calls one of them by name, says that Abby was a pain in the ass. And he put the sticks in her hair. And then we hear the whole spitting thing, right? Well, then I found a clip. I don't even remember what it was from. I did tweet it, but I would have to look and see where, because I save them elsewhere. And they were talking about DNA. And essentially they're like, there's just so much DNA. And we're trying to figure, and they start talking about how people were unaware that there were bodies there, right? And they're saying people were throwing cigarette butts. And then immediately I'm thinking about the scanner audio talking about a cigarette butt. And people were peeing in the woods and they were spitting in the woods. And I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
So,
and it's Kim Riley. It's Kim Riley who says spitting.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if when that was brought to the attention, if we're going to end up hearing that. Now keep in mind, they do make a mention so Elvis always has his phone on him, but for 9 hours that day, his phone never moved from Rushville.
No, that's weird. And it's not in use at all.
Yes. So it's not like he just didn't leave his house. He wasn't using the phone whatsoever. So
let me find that clip for you.
I just wonder if it's going to come back that when he says, if they find my spit on the girls, which I'm sorry, I need an explanation for that. Like he said, if I have an explanation, will I still be in trouble? I'm going to need that, because at this point, he's talking about things that nobody knew about the crime scene. Specifically, what keeps coming back to me is about the sticks in her hair, and also the comment about the spit, because I would almost be willing to guarantee you that coupled with what Riley's saying about there being spit and this and that, I guarantee you that spit, that there is stuff. But I'm just wondering if it's going to come back that they're going to say that he was there searching, and that's why his spit was there.
No way, because on the 14th, he would have been with his sister telling her that he was now part of this whole thing, and that he spit on her and all of that. He's telling her that on the 14th. Yeah, and you guys are asking, this is Elvis. Both of these pictures on the sides of the sketch. Those are both. Yeah. Yeah, but I'll show you that clip. I just played that the other day. It's so funny that you brought that up. Because the spit, I can't stop thinking about the spit.
Me either.
Investigators were busy hunting clues in the vast area between the girls' last known location on the bridge and the place the bodies were found. But this task was proving.
I think it's right here.
When investigators descended on this crime scene in mid-February of 2017, they were confronted with an arduous task.
It was in the late winter, and so there was a lot of leaves on the ground, and it was warm at that time, so the snow had melted and everything was wet and very, very muddy in the area at that time. So yeah, the conditions of the whole thing was not ideal, let's put it that way.
You got to remember, you had 400 or 500 people that started looking for these girls the night before. So we had to deal with that.
The crime scene encompassed a very large area, and its integrity had been violated by the pure magnitude of the search to find the missing girls.
A lot of tracks, cigarette butts, believe it or not, this kind of disgusting, but you had spit, people would urinate, because they don't have time to go back, so they go hide in the woods to go to the bathroom, that kind of stuff. So we had to deal.
What are the chances that this guy uses the word spit?
I know. If
I was
in the
floored
woods,
when I heard.
in the woods, like it's not weird. First of all, it's not weird to spit in the woods. It's not weird to shit in the woods, and it's not weird to pee in the woods. None of that is weird. But if it's inside the crime scene, right around the bodies, then yeah, especially if they had stuff like if you gotta think about it this way. If there's anything like on them that came after they got there, like we're not talking about the leaves underneath them, right? Where somebody could have been a week prior. We're talking about on them, or say on the sticks on top of them. If there's spit, or God forbid, I can't even, I hope that that's not a thing with the urine. Like, I hope that that's not a thing.
I think that they possibly, he's talking about like the terrain as they were searching, and that kind of contaminated any way to be able to prove like how this person would have left.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just it's just speculation over here. I don't know, because it doesn't, but I just was floored that what were the chances that this dude said the word spit, and there's a reason you say spit, and I was like, okay, maybe it's because it's Indiana, Midwest, people chew a lot of tobacco. He's talking about tobacco spit, but I'm like, that's just such a weird word, and it's the first thing he says. He says it before he even says pee.
Yeah.
And then you've got this guy who's saying, yeah, if I spit on her, and that was my question. Like, we don't have the Odin report, obviously, but why in the world did Murphy not say to him when he comes back and he's like, if I spit, if my spit's found on there and I had a good reason why, would I be in trouble? Like, where's the follow-up, Murphy? Like, is there follow-up? Like, why would your spit be there? Tell me what the good reason is. Do we have any of that? Is that in the Odin report?
Oh, you know what? You know what I was just thinking? He said, did you catch the part where Patrick said, just because you're talking about the Odin report, and he's like, I can't do anything. Like, he's talking about suing the defense team or whatever. And he goes, I can't do anything until I see the Odin report, right? Then he makes a comment about if they're just copying and pasting what's in the Odin report, then there's nothing I can do about it. But if they're twisting what's in that report and putting it in here, then I can. And I'm thinking, so what? First of all, you should know if they're copying and, like, if that stuff is an outright lie, it's an outright lie.
Right.
It's either true or false. So
it would be, the comment should be, if they are copying and pasting, there's nothing I can do to the defense team. I'd have to go over.
Correct.
I'd have to go to the people who actually wrote the Odin report. But the problem
100%.
is even the Odin report is, even though we don't have it, we in general know that person is literally writing down, Murphy's writing down the information that he's getting from these other people. And a lot of the stuff about Patrick Westfall does come from Amber Holder. So who does he sue? Does he sue Murphy for writing down the notes that Amber Holder told him?
Right.
And then does he sue Amber Holder for saying it? Or does he go all the way back to Brad Holder because Brad Holder said these things to her? There's no defamation in that. He is an Odinist.
Yeah, and also, yeah, that was what got to me too. Was like, what do you mean? Like, there's nothing I could do? Like, it's either false, and I can't go after them. I need to go after the right person, or it's true. And if it's true, then it's true, and that's all there is to it. But the shit. What was I going to say about there was a couple things. One of the things I wanted to tell you was the 209 ping from Ron Logan's phone. He was at the house.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, like, where that fits in the timeline, since it was like shortly before Betsy leaves, but I don't like have it in front of me to see when Sarah Carball, she saw this person walking like an hour later, right? Like, it was well after that 209.
3:57. So that was
yeah,
my
that's
question.
way late. I mean, that's hella late.
If she sees Sarah Carball walking, or Sarah Carball sees him walking, she states that she saw him on the north side of the street. So that means he would have had to have crossed the street, and then he's walking west. So why is he not caught on camera if he's walking west to get to his car at the CPS building? he would be caught on the Harvest Store camera.
Listen, they don't have the 2017 interview with Richard Allen. Okay, plain and simple. They don't have it. It's not.
Nope.
Dan Doolin at the grocery store wrote down what he thought he said. And to be honest, it could be interpreted, if they say, were you there between 1:30 and 3:30? And you're thinking, well, if I'm being exact, I could have been still like not pulled away in my vehicle until like 1:40. So I'm just going to say, yeah, I was there. And the answer would be correct. Yes, I was there between 1:30 and 3:30, right?
Yep.
But the interview that is recorded, he says that he was there at 12 o'clock. He showed up at 12 o'clock. I'm looking right at it. He arrives at the trail in his black Ford Focus and parks at the old CPS parking lot. He says he leaves at 1:30. Okay. Even the state put in the affidavit for the search of his house and his arrest that he's on a car that looks like his car is on camera at 1:27, but they fail to mention any other time that it's on camera. How much do you want to bet that it's before 1:27 and not after? Because if they had a second timestamp of him leaving at a particular time, that would have been in there. But if they have one of him showing up at noon and he was actually leaving at 1:27 when he's seen on camera again, then you've now excluded him because the girls weren't even there yet.
And they use
Our
the
girls.
fact that Betsy Blair says that she got there. She parks across from the Mears farm. She parks over here. She gets there at 1:46 and there's no other cars there. And that's a big deal to the prosecution. But the issue is if he was leaving at 1:27 and he had parked in the Mears parking lot and he's leaving, they say he's going west, they get him on the camera at 1:27, then he said that he parked at the old Farm Bureau building or something like that. And they're like, he must mean the CPS building. But I'm like, what if he actually doesn't in the CPS building? What if he means a different building that's over here that nobody was at? And I don't know the area to say that there is even another building, but I'm just in my head, I'm like, how do you, there's just so much assumption. Like, why not ask him, are you talking about this building right here on this map? And he says, yes, that's the building I parked at. Instead of like, we think that he's talking about the old CPS building. There's zero follow-up on any of this shit. Nobody asks a follow-up question ever.
Yeah.
There's just so much assumption.
Well, and I think at that time it was like, there was clearly no, so for instance, Dan Doolin interviewed him, stood there with him, spoke to him, got a good look right in front of his face, what he looks like. I would imagine would or should have, knowing that there's a murderer on the loose, observed him in some way, meaning like when he was walking up to him, watching him walk away, things like that, because he would have had the knowledge that there was a video, right? Well, then they release, let's say that a couple days later, they say, oh, and he was standing on a stage. And they're like, we're looking for this person. Somebody knows. Are you telling me? Are you telling me?
Wait, you guys. I just talked to that guy.
Yeah, literally days ago. Like, do you have amnesia? Like, it was just a couple days. We're not talking years. We're talking, you just spoke to him a couple days ago. So wouldn't it have clicked in your head, even the sound of his voice? Wouldn't you have said, shit, I just talked to that person? Or do you wait like all those years and then September, I think it was September 21st of 2022, all of a sudden it shows up. And then 2 weeks later, we're getting a warrant to search this man's house.
After his kid got a scholarship.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's just crazy. And also I was looking at the reports from the lab. So this was interesting. So when they say that they collected ammunition from Richard Allen's house, they got a clip that had however many it had in it. I think one had 9 and one had 8. So they had 2 clips. They had one, I guess, in the chamber that they took out.
Let's see if I can find it.
I'm not sure if one was in the chamber, but then there was this other one that was inside like a baggie, like in a keepsake box on their dresser in between he and his wife's closets. Okay. I've seen people keep bullets of grandparents, especially like ones that were like if they refilled it like with them, like things like that, or their first turkey hunt was so and so stuff like that. But they're mentioning this bullet in the keepsake box. Okay. If you go to, and I'm not saying that this means anything, but you tend to buy what you like, particular bullets that you like you tend to buy brands and things that you like, and you use it all the time. So I'm pulling it up now. I'm looking at these.
Trying to see which one it's on.
It's on the one that said, did I send you the Google Drive thing? Oh yeah, so you have that one, so that'll tell you like which ones.
Is it on this one? Or
yes. No? Yes. It should be like lumped together.
Well, there's like 5 pages, so that's why I was trying to figure out what page it was on. Here it is.
Okay, so where'd they find them all?
So the Black Sig Sawyer. I'm probably not gonna say these words or the names of these guns, right? I'm not a gun girl. My husband would be like fine with it, but not me. This serial number, so sealed cardboard box. That's what they put it in. Sealed plastic bag containing the 140 caliber S&W cartridge found in a wooden keepsake box on dresser between both closets in master bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Plastic bag containing 140 caliber S&W cartridge found inside the Sig Sawyer P226 handgun.
Mm-hmm.
Plastic bag containing 2 magazines, one filled with 9 40 caliber cartridges and one with 8 40 caliber cartridges. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black Sig Sawyer handgun. And then this is the wooden weave box containing 2 audio box devices. Okay, so that's this. Right here.
Okay, so
they find 140 caliber cartridge inside the handgun, and they find 1 inside the box. Then they find 2 magazines with a total of 17.
Okay, so
Sig Sauer. I told you guys.
Yeah, Sig Sauer. So I'm looking at the. So when I'm looking at the report from the lab, I'm looking at. Sorry, these numbers are all messed up. So the one that was found at the scene is labeled number.
Hey, Lilith.
I'm trying to find. This was from the lab, and it says, item 016, item 314.
Well, I think I have those. I think you sent me those. Where did I put them? Those are the question.
All right, keep that up, though. Which one is MC9?
The one found in the wooden keepsake box on the dresser.
Okay, so listen to this. So that one is a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson marketed as Winchester. Okay. Now what's MC10?
That's the containing 140 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge found inside the handgun.
Okay. That one is a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson marketed as Blazer. And what's MC11?
That's the one. That's one of the 2 magazines. Or no, MC11 is both magazines, one with 9 and one with 8. Both 40 caliber cartridges.
All of those are also marketed by Blazer. So
the Winchester's different.
Examination of the 17 cartridges in item 370 revealed each to be a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, manufactured by or marketed as laser. The only one that is Winchester is this rando one found conveniently in a bag, in a sealed plastic baggie. I would be curious to know if there was fingerprints on it. Specifically, Richard Allen's, his fingerprint should be on it, right? And that just happens to be the one that is in the ground. The one in the ground was also by Winchester. And
the one you found at the scene was a Winchester?
Yes. And my question is now this is where it becomes important that you show me that bullet that you have sitting in the lab is in fact the one that was in the ground, as opposed to this one in this plastic baggie that you say you collected from this keepsake box.
Wait. Well, they're matching it to the gun itself, though. Supposedly, it even though it's the cartridge and it's not actually shot, it's unspent.
No. Yeah, but what I'm saying is let's say, so they have pictures of this bullet in the ground or whatever, but they don't have any other, like, anything. Who could say that the bullet that was in that baggie, which may or may not have already been in the gun, right? It may have already been in the gun, or maybe it wasn't, was either already in it or put in it, has the same markings, and that's the one that we're looking at as the one that was in the ground between the girls, because we have nothing that shows that the bullet that we pulled from the ground is even the one from the ground. Do you see what I'm saying?
I got you.
But
they're going to
also
have to have the two bullet. I mean, they're going to have the two cartridges.
Yeah.
To be able to say, but now the question is, I don't know. That's a great question. If there's no chain of custody in the defense's right in their memorandum, the bullet's going to go regardless.
Right.
I still don't. Yeah, they can't show where they actually transported it or did anything with it.
I don't understand where everybody's getting. Everybody's like, the bullet. It's like, first of all, it was in the ground, right? It was pulled from the ground, so it could have been inside the dirt. So if at any point it had fallen out of somebody's pocket, or somebody did take it out, like, it could have been from a month before if it was inside the dirt. Like, it really all depends if it wasn't just laying on top of the ground. But secondly, they weren't shot. They weren't shot. Well, so I don't see.
The one affidavit says that you can hear the girls say the word gun. And for a long time, people have said that, that they were told by people who heard the tape, because obviously I've never heard it, that
they didn't hear that.
Word gun. No, that they do say the word gun, and that you can hear a gun being cocked. Now you have other people who say none of that's true.
I want to say it was I might be wrong, but I want to say it was Barbara McDonald that I was listening to that was like, I have listened to it and I didn't hear it. Now, but it could be manipulated in whatever way and cleaned up and like whatever else. But she was like, I didn't hear it. It made more sense to me that people were speculating that they were hearing a gun cock, right?
Right.
But the word gun should just be gun. It should say gun. If it picked up this man's voice, it should have picked up one of the girls saying gun.
Right.
But what's interesting to me, and I think I pointed it out to you before about the different affidavits. So, like, the one for his arrest is the first time that, yeah, we did talk about this, is the first time that guys down the hill was all put in a quote, like one fluid sentence. It wasn't in the affidavit. Yeah, it wasn't in the affidavit for his search, but it was in the affidavit for the arrest.
Yep. It's the only document that actually says guys down the hill. And I found an interview with Anna, Abby's mom, who says that she heard it. She's heard the tape, and that it is guys down the hill. But what they edited out was like a few second gap, or like a second gap, essentially, in between the word guys and down the hill. It's like guys down the hill. And they took that out and made it guys down the hill.
I mean, I
That's
guess
what,
in like the grand scheme of things, why are you like if it's just like a second or two, like and not 40 seconds, I don't see any reason to have um cut it out because what if somebody else picked up something that they heard in that couple of seconds, but something else that's in the arrest affidavit that's in no other affidavits, including the search for his house, is that one of the girls can be heard saying the word gun. Now,
right.
if you're going into this man's house to search for ammunition and a gun, why wouldn't you include that?
On Ron Logan's?
Well, it's not in Ron Logan's at all,
Right.
but
I
it's
was
also not in Richard Allen's either. It's not in his search warrant. It's in his arrest warrant, where it first appears, guys down the hill. But those two things first appear in his arrest warrant. The gun part is not in his
not in the
search
search
warrant.
warrant. Okay, so somebody sent me. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. So this is the affidavit for search. I have this one. This is not technically the PCA either. It's his search warrant, but they do add
It's
different.
unredacted. Yeah,
Right.
it's
And that's right.
unredacted.
The actual one that's the PCA is like the only one they actually redacted the info from, because then when they go back and they add it to the one for the third party subpoena or whatever it is, they also have it unredacted. But this one's actually different, I think.
What's interesting is that, it's not funny really, but it is interesting though, is people are like, I can't believe the defense like put these people's names out there, these witnesses and this and that, like people that saw stuff. And I'm thinking, like, you do understand that the judge reviewed all this stuff and determined that there was zero reason for all of this to be sealed. And so they released a huge document dump on the world. And when they did, they released state filed documents such as the search warrant affidavit that were not redacted with these witnesses' names. So, but the fact that the gun comment was not written in the search warrant is bizarre to me, because you only did
how everything progressed, because there's no bullet mentioned in Ron Logan's search warrant.
Right.
So
right.
Where'd the bullet come from?
Or did the bullet, and this is what I was saying, this is why this is a problem for me. If you're looking at the fact that the gun comment is not mentioned in the search warrant, only the arrest warrant, and you're looking at Ron Logan's search warrant and it makes no mention of having found a bullet in between the two victims, okay? Then the question for me becomes, did the bullet become important when we found out that and collected a gun with ammunition of a guy that we think looks like maybe Bridge guy, and his car, was there, or whatever the case may be, like did we make the bullet important when maybe it wasn't necessarily important?
Well, they ask him, do you own guns and knives? Like, that's one of the questions that they asked. They also asked, that's one of the reasons that they went to Ron Logan's at first, was because they went on his probation violation of they could just go in, but they could only look for firearm stuff.
Right.
And then they had to go back because they wanted to look again, so they had to get the whole thing. But I'm trying to figure out what's actually different in this than what we've seen, because that's what they were saying yesterday, is that this is different. The one that's on the search warrant is different than what's on the probable cause affidavit.
For his arrest?
Yeah.
So search warrant affidavit and arrest affidavit are different, is what you're saying?
That's what they're telling me. Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes. That's what I'm saying. The search warrant affidavit doesn't say anything about, it does not lump guys down the hill together. It doesn't lump or it doesn't mention the gun. It doesn't mention one of the girls saying gun. It is,
So like, yeah, here, down the hill. And then you go to the affidavit and it says guys down the hill.
I mean, let's be real. We can let's give Liggett the benefit of the doubt, right? Maybe what the defense is saying isn't true about Betsy Blair seeing a totally fucking no way possible to confuse old muscle car essentially with not a PT, well, a PT Cruiser or
Yeah, you get that
a
one
Ford Focus.
Or a smart car.
Yeah. So maybe they could say, but if you look in these affidavits, it was specific. Like, why mention Betsy Blair seeing a car at all if you're not going to put what kind of car she saw? They make no mention of the type of car she saw.
No,
They
and
literally
she
left
only
it
saw
out.
the car when she was leaving. She drove by the empty CPS lot on her way in to park and didn't see a car.
Yeah.
And somebody
I mean,
emailed me a really good point. Like they keep saying like the car was backed in to hide the license plate, but there's no front license plates required in Indiana. So does that mean that any car that backs into a parking spot or a parking place is hiding their license plate, or are they just backed in? Because the two cars that you have the one witness who sees the PT Cruiser or SUV, he says, and then you have Betsy Blair who says she sees the 1965 Comet. They both are backed in order to hide the license plate.
You know what my mom always tells me? Like, has always told me since I started driving?
What?
Always back in case you need a jump. Always.
That's right. It's actually really smart. And here's just a side note, just something. I never backed into a parking spot, like ever in my life. I just never backed in. I always just pulled straight into a parking spot. I was in my late 30s, and the way that our driveway faces, if I leave my car going straight in, the car is so freaking hot that I literally had to learn in my late 30s how to back the car in.
I thought she was bullshitting.
No, you're right. It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson.
Until the day I needed a jump and the jumper cables didn't reach.
Yeah, Jeremiah, I don't think she's talking about in case she has to flee in a hurry. It's not a getaway car.
No, but she always did say, like, when we would go to, like, there's certain parts of Philly where she'd be like, you know, if you stop, don't put the car in park. Don't take your foot off the brake.
Yeah,
like,
no.
Keep your foot on the brake. That way you
ready.
can just take your foot off of it and then go. You
ready.
don't got to worry about messing with the gears.
The kid, or it was Richard Allen who said he was there all along. I still think it was related to perv they were talking to.
Yeah, but Richard Allen said that the only provable words that you can see coming out of his mouth, any type of like legitimate memorialization of an interview, is the recorded one that he had in October before they searched his house and before they arrested him, where he said he was there from noon to 1:30, and their evidence suggests that he's telling the truth.
Right. Well, there's got to be something with the phones. If there's only this one freaking tower that's there, then why can't they figure out who was there? And why can't they tie Richard Allen to lying about the time he was there based on when his phone is there?
Well, I wonder, didn't he live fairly close to there? Like, I wonder if he always pings on that tower.
Well, I think there might only be one tower in that whole.
I was going to say, or if everyone pings on that tower.
But they had the FBI involved, so why wouldn't they have used like the geocaching, like just to actually narrow it down to that like diameter? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I lost my map somewhere.
I mean, even when they were talking about, like, even when the FBI filled out that affidavit for Ron Logan, like, it was not specific. It said, like, in and around his property. Well, his property's pretty large. In and around his house, in and around the crime scene.
Here. And I think the CV, I didn't mark it on here, but I think it's up here somewhere. Somebody else might know that. But I know that it's on the west side of the 25. But why? So what's he doing coming this way? Why is he even driving west?
Yeah, I wanted to know where that came from. Like, because like in the affidavit, does it specify in the affidavit? I don't remember ever reading that he was driving west.
I had to go back and look. I'm pretty sure I have so much crap open right now.
I know it was 127.
I'm almost positive it's in the memorandum, but I'll pull it up real quick. I just gotta find where I actually have it at.
Oh, maybe it was in the memorandum, but if I was only looking at the state stuff because
like U.S. Let me see.
I found it so interesting that they only put one timestamp. Like if you're trying to establish that a person was at a place, during a certain period of time, and especially when you look at it in the lens of, are you omitting certain things on purpose? That's something that as the defense, I would harp on. I would say, if they don't have him on camera arriving and the only time they have him on camera is at 127 and he said he left at 1:30,
well, they're gonna say
I'm going to try to track that down.
He only went past there once because he drives this way, goes this way, and people say, well, he would have done that. He would have gone the back way because the other way has too many cameras, so he went this long back way to get in here. But then I go, there's a camera there, and then people are like, well, he didn't know about that camera, and I'm like, okay, then why would he be walking on? Why would he leave the area here, go up here, and then walk where Sarah Carbach could see him when there's that camera? If he doesn't know, where is he at then? He's not. How does he hide from a camera he didn't know existed?
Yeah,
does that make sense?
And also I'm looking at this, and again we're back to Bree, and she bothers me. So it says an interview was conducted in 2020 of Bree. That bothers me because her ass was there the night of. Yeah. So that already bothers me. It says she was able to show investigators a picture that she took on her phone of the Monon High Bridge with a timestamp of 12:43. Bree showed investigators another picture she took at the bench just east of the Freedom Bridge when they were leaving at 1:26 p.m. Bree stated after she took the picture at the bench, they started walking back towards the Freedom Bridge. Bree stated that's when they walked past the man who matched the description of the individual in the picture. And then Liggett, supposes his, whatever his opinion in on that. But that was at 1:26. But his car's on camera at 1:27. So you mentioned his car being seen on camera at 1:27. So you're either implying that he was showing up, right? That's your point, right? You're trying to say he showed up at that time. So then who did Bree, he didn't get out of his car and run that far. He's a small, compact man with short legs. He didn't get that far that fast. You know what I mean?
No,
he wasn't sprinting.
Well,
was he
because
sprinting?
According to Bree, or one of those girls that was with Bree, that he was on a mission.
Dude, I'm going to tell you here, right? Bree said that she come up to this man's shoulder. Okay. Richard Allen was the size of Libby and Abby.
Well, that was one of the questions we had. So if he's moving them, how is he moving somebody who's literally the same size as him?
If you're wait. Can you imagine being approached by a midget and then being down the hill? You'd be like, what the fuck? I feel like Libby would have kicked him in the face. You know what I mean? It's bizarre. He's not
he's not like Patrick Westfall.
Menacing.
270.
Yeah, for real. He's yeah. When he said, I was I always,
all right, I'm going down the hill. Don't worry. I'm out of here.
Yeah. When I saw him and there's there was a couple pictures I was like, what a big, I just thought what a big goofy, he looks like a big giant. He looks like if I'm thinking of a giant in a movie, how I picture a giant, that's him. That's how I picture him. And then Richard Allen's like a dwarf. And so I just, that's just bizarre. But again, if she came up to this, if that's her only way to describe this person, I just saw that somebody said that Bree saw him after she took the picture, not at 1:26. Yeah, but then my question is when Kelsey dropped them off, nobody was there. Was Bree already gone?
Yes.
So
1:49 is when they get dropped off.
so how did Bree
Betsy-
leave?
Betsy Blair sees the girls leaving, the 4 girls, and she actually says she sees the 4 girls leaving when she drives over here to do the walk. So she goes on the old 25, goes this way, and sees the girls walking on the Freedom Bridge and leaving. So they're going out that way as she drives under. So then she gets over here at what, 1:47, I think we said? No, 1:46.
Yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
already come this way at 1:27. All this is happening like at the same time. They're
Yeah.
literally passing each other.
And nobody saw the girls.
Nope. Only Betsy Blair thinks she saw the girls.
Yeah, and she was driving. She like saw them like above her, like she was driving.
Oh, those girls. Yeah, you're talking about the other girls, not our girls.
No, I thought when she was driving is when she saw the 2 girls, or was that when she was walking?
She was walking. She saw our girls.
Okay.
She walked to the bridge, saw the guy 50 feet away on platform 1, turns around. As she's walking back, she sees our girls. When she was driving there, she saw the 4 girls leaving over Freedom Bridge.
Dude, if she like if she like is and they're like, you know, describe, you know, while you were there, and she'd be like, the person I saw is not that man.
I could see
nothing
her
like
going
that
in
man.
there, and yeah, in 2019, like, what are you guys doing? I've been looking
Me
at this
too.
guy's picture for 2 years, and that's not the guy I saw.
And by the way, I like looked like up this woman. Like this woman is not like, she wasn't like a teenager, like she's a woman. She's a grown woman. So is Teresa. And so
Well, Teresa is Tobe's mother-in-law.
Teresa is Tobe's.
Is Sarah Lesenby? It's her mom.
Is it her mom or Sarah's aunt?
I'm almost positive it's her mom. I'd
'Cause
have
I
to go
pulled
through
up
the
a-
family tree, but it's definitely a very close relation. But I'm almost positive it's her mom. Maybe somebody in chat will correct.
Yeah,
and say
because I pulled up an obituary and I thought I was reading it as an aunt, but regardless, that's a very close, like it's a close, like the fact that, and her odd description was like nowhere. It's almost like it wasn't even considered that this person could have already been walking. Like if we're going to say it's a stranger, then how could we say that this person wasn't walking around like all day and then had an opportunity to do so, you know, after they'd been there for hours?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, don't try to arrest me and have the audacity to put in like all these eyewitness statements of what I look like, and not a single one of them says the same thing, and they all saw me at the same time. So it's not like I was changing clothes in between each eyewitness. You know what I mean? You all saw me at the same time.
Well,
none of you were describing me wearing the same clothes.
No.
So I'm not understanding even the purpose of them being in there. Number one. Number two, I imagine that it's going to be pretty easy to, what's the word that they use that they do to witnesses?
Interrogate?
No.
Interview?
Like in court. Well, I'm assuming, you know, I'm just saying that this stuff right here is the reason why it's important that defense attorneys have subpoena powers in cases like this, because like you're looking at this and these people are able to depose these witnesses, these officers, these, you know, they have the ability to do all of that. And then you have, like, for example, I'm just throwing it out there, like the Karen Reed case, where they're like begging to be able to like talk, and they're like, nope, like they can't do anything. So I think that all of this is happening at the same time for a reason. I think that when the depots started, people started shitting themselves because they knew what was coming. They did, dude. They started shitting themselves. So they started contacting people like as fast as they could. I mean, it always confuses me when people say like, can't be all these people involved, like all these people. And it's like, have you ever, yes, impeach. That's a word. Yep. Impeach witnesses. Bree should be easy to impeach, especially when you go in and you have Kelsey saying, well, they were at lunch with her. I've never heard Kelsey mention, well, at one point I have now, but that she knew she was at the bridge or whatever. The fact that she brought her with her So you knew she was at the bridge. You went to go speak to the police because you were the last one to see the girls. Bree came with you, and you didn't say at any point while you were in there, oh, Bree's here with me, and Bree was there earlier in the day. Maybe she saw the girls, or maybe she saw a weirdo walking around. The fact that Bree left before the girls even showed up, I should say this group of 4 girls left
Yeah.
before our girls even showed up. It's like, there wasn't like any other eyewitness like if this is the eyewitnesses they have, and if you noticed on the not the indictments, on the charging documents, there are witnesses listed. Okay, like they straight up list the witnesses.
Oh, did they?
Hmm?
I don't think I even looked at that.
Yeah, on the they're both the same list, but on both counts they have it written like witnesses, and then it lists all the names, and like 90% of them are police officers. The eyewitnesses that we know about, the people that own the harvest store that has the camera.
Okay.
And I believe that's it, but I don't want to lie to you. But like, there's no like additional witnesses. Teresa is not on there.
Well, no, they didn't even take her sketch seriously at all.
Yeah. So it's like, well, maybe now in the context, but again, I want to say like maybe now once it's in context, then they will take it seriously. But you had this motherfucker saying he was spitting on them, so it was in context back then.
And you knew there was spit.
Yeah, if it looks like it, if Teresa's thing looks like him, then that was the most context you're going to get. I just don't understand telling people for 5 years, we can't give you any information because only the killer would know. Then you have this fool in Rushville telling you information about the crime scene that only the killer would know. And you're like, oh, he's like a doofy, whatever. Like, and what gets me is that now you have Todd Click. Everyone wants to focus on his statement about, all the defense like twisted facts or whatever, but they forget the whole ass second part of the statement where he says, I'm pretty firm. He's like, I'm pretty firm in my opinion that like that the people I have as suspects in my report is the people that did this. He does not think that Richard Allen did this.
No,
you have to understand this.
He agrees with the defense.
Yeah, this man went out of his way months after Richard Allen was arrested because he was unsettled by the fact that he saw no evidence. He went into interview with them thinking that they were going to reassure him as to why this man was arrested. They did not provide it. And then he released that statement, and he can say, they're twisting facts. But again, here's 2 things. He can say that they're twisting. You have to remember that Ferenczi was killed, right? Outside of an FBI building. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So one of the 3 officers that was heading in this direction was murdered. Okay.
That was what I said when I very first started reading it. I'm like, dude, somebody needs to be watching out for Click over here.
100%.
And Honest Murphy, who they've like literally put on a pedestal and keep calling him Honest Murphy.
The minute the Honest Murphy reminds me of like Friar whatever in old like the guy that's like walking around with like the robe and like the what do they call it? Friar Tuck or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I know what you're talking about.
It's like the minute that I saw that statement, immediately I was like, and keep in mind the first time I saw it, it was only like the first part, like the defense's twisting. Nobody believes that they were ritualistically sacrificed or whatever. Like that was the only thing that I knew about.
Somebody's live stream, and I was like, where the hell are they getting that? So here I am like Googling trying to figure out who the hell interviewed Click. And there's no articles coming out. So I'm like, oh, great. It's got to be a podcast. It has to be. Or a YouTube channel. So here I am like searching all of that. I had to go find it. And so the only reason I even knew that there was another part was because I kept listening to the next day, like their next episode.
I know. It was so annoying. It was so, listen, I have a hard time with some voices.
Mm-hmm.
Some, and especially with a podcast where there's like no background noise whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
If it sounds like you have a 5-year-old untreated sinus infection, like I can't keep listening to that, forever. So, but the only part that was written out was that part. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, like I know, if I'm Todd Click, I'm like, okay, Ferenczi was shot outside of an FBI building. Like Now my name's out there. Now it's widely been spread what information I've provided and who I believe did it. So yeah, I'm going to come out and be like, that's bullshit, because I know no one can see my actual reports. So I'm going to be like,
Yep.
oh, they're lying to twist it, because I'm worried about me. I'm retired. I'm worried about me. Right. So then I'm like, why did nobody put out this whole ass statement? I had to see it written on Reddit and then go figure out where it came from.
See, I heard it on a YouTube channel, and I had to go figure out where the hell it came from.
I saw it and I was like, who wrote this out? Where? And they didn't provide a link. And I'm like, this is bullshit. But I knew where the first half came from. So
see, I didn't know any. I only heard the first half.
No,
I
I
only
knew
knew
that.
about the first half.
No,
So I wanted to go find out the source of it.
Well, I knew that Murder Sheet put out that first part. And so I just assumed that they put out the second part. Like, I assumed it was the whole conversation versus just a little piece that they put on.
No,
I think they posted on Facebook.
Separate sessions.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, I think that Click was very clear that he believes that his suspects are his suspects still. I think he's incredibly concerned. And that's keeping in mind, like, I can think whatever I think listening to Patrick Westfall interview, but I don't know what Todd Click knows.
Right.
So, but I know enough to make me leery. Should make anybody leery. He said that the evidence that they put in that 136 pages was accurate.
Yep.
So, to be honest, the very last part when they were like, okay, but you said that they were twisting facts to sensationalize or whatever, and his response was, we were just doing our jobs. They make it out. So in my opinion, what he's talking about is them, like, when he's talking about them, sensationalizing and things like that. I think he was meaning sensationalizing his role, again, downplaying his role, because you have to think about this man's safety. You have to think about what he thinks about his safety, knowing what all he knows. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well that's what I said. My dad was a cop for many, many years, and he was subpoenaed to court to testify against another cop, and he did not want to do that. He was like, "There's no way. My career's over. There's no way I can do it." It was like really problematic in our household because he was not going to go testify against another cop, even though what the other cop did was accurate.
Yeah, and also, like, again, like, we're calling it a ritualistic sacrifice, but we're trying to interpret things, let's say, at a scene that could be personal to the person that did it. So it doesn't necessarily have to be, it doesn't have to mimic, you don't have to find in old writings the exact way that you found them to call it ritualistic. Okay, number one. Number two, what's ritualistic? So let's say every Sunday you do a sacrifice. Your sacrifice is an animal. Okay? Right?
That's my ritual.
If you then, this time, sacrifice a person instead of an animal, you're still performing something that you do ritual. It's your ritual. You ritualistically do it. And I've been playing with the idea back and forth. I don't think it's correct. But I was like, who even said that, like, the sticks and shit had to have come from the person that killed them? We're talking about moving and staging and stuff, and I've looked into this a lot, and I'm not saying that this family did this, but a lot of the stuff that I have read in statistics and whatnot, in terms of moving bodies post-mortem and staging them is generally loved ones. So
Yeah.
for instance, they
Listening to that too.
find someone in a particular you know, situation, and they for instance, covering them with a blanket, trying to cover them and keep their dignity, stuff like that. Okay. If it in my head, I was like, if they are runes and they did mean something, could it even have been possible that maybe perhaps somebody that found them in an effort to, and I'm not saying that because I don't know enough about like that religion or anything, that belief system at all, but like in a sense of what I would say as Catholic, like saving their soul in a sense, like blessing them so they go to heaven for like whatever. Could it have been something that was meant for good and not for bad is essentially what I'm saying.
Yep. I
The
understand
coverings. That. Could it have been somebody's belief that found them as opposed to somebody that harmed them? Trying to
cover
like a salvation them. Kind of thing, and or cover them before other first responders and shit showed up to keep their dignity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's a possibility. See, this is where Ron Logan comes into play when his phone is like pinging near the area the girls were found, I've always wondered that, like, how do we know that somebody else didn't try to come and hide them? How do we know that somebody wasn't like worried? He has a whole fake alibi because he's worried they're going to blame him for these girls missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody like that come along, but they do say that staging is common with loved ones.
For sure.
So that makes me go, we know that they're posed. That's not even a question at this point. We know they're posed, and they're only staged if this perpetrator doesn't actually even play acid trip. You know what I mean? Like, and I say that in just,
play, do it. They don't do acid true. That's what I'm saying. Like the more that I'm kind of consuming this, I'm more or less thinking that like, it's possible that it's someone new or not entirely educated. So let's say, for instance, and I'm not saying Brad Holder, right? But let's say Brad Holder was doing acid true with these people and then got booted, right?
Yep.
And then he's stuck learning on his own. And he's interpreting on his own. That could cause some things to look a little odd compared to if it was going to be done, by the book or whatever. You know what I mean?
But what if they were covered and the person who does stumble upon them later actually uncovers them?
Yeah. Here's my thing is that the way the two were different though. That's where I
can't get over that.
Yeah, like somebody, like I don't think that someone that found them took the time to do what they did to Abby. So it had to have been the killer. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And I could understand, like, for instance, if Abby was only wearing her clothes, let's say, like there has to be some type of significance, for instance, having two bras on. Like,
and not
if
having
they
any
put
underwear.
Libby's bra on her, yeah, like if they, like, there has to be, maybe even by that particular piece of clothing. I also find it interesting. Where the fuck is everybody getting that they pulled up a cat at the house? Because that's not on the warrant return.
No, okay.
And by God, if they dug up a cat, they'd have to say.
When they were searching the house, the neighbors did an interview and said that they had searched, they could see them searching in the shed, but they actually were digging up areas around the shed. And then it became like a thing. Well, like he did have cats that had passed away that he would have buried in his backyard. And that just took off because
would he though? Like, do we know that he would? Like,
I have,
You know, like
I know that when I lived in the Midwest, I buried my animals in our house. Living
So-
out here, living in California, you do not do that, or
So-
in this area of California, I should say. You know, so is it possible? Yes, but that's where it came from. Was the neighbors saying they were digging up holes around the shed?
So I just want to say, because it's been like eating at me, and now that someone else is saying it, it's making me feel, and they keep writing it in caps. So Tornado Artist just said a kid, and then again a kid. Not even just the redressing, but that's what's been in my head this whole time, is like an observer, how a child observes this entire thing. I'm just saying that this entire thing, ew, and I have goosebumps now, just like that's been what's been pecking at me, is we got this young man sketch, and they're making this statement about how they could have been younger than, you know, he says about them being like at the time 18 to 40, right? That's what they said. 18 to 40, but could have been younger, could have
Well, the other one they say
younger.
He says 18. Betsy Blair says hers was 18 to like 20, and she was
Right.
like firm on the age of 20. So it may
Right.
appear younger than they really are. They tried to push it so that they would be like the person looks young, but they're not really young. But I'm like, what if the person is just young?
Right. Well, and how the fuck do you say that someone's 18 to 40 if you don't know how old the person is? How do you say that they look younger than their age if you don't know how old they are?
Right. You don't. You
Like,
can't.
Yeah,
This is that circle talk. This is like I had the whole line. I'm like, all they literally do is just talk themselves in circles. We don't know how old he is, and he could appear younger or could appear older than he is younger. That's to cover the fact that they have this young kid sketch out there now.
well, and then they put up that young kid sketch, and they say, this is the killer. Like, we know we told you this exact thing 2 years ago, but we mean it this time. This is the killer. And the first press conference, they stressed that the person in the picture is not necessarily a person on the audio, right? Then here we are in 2019, and they're like, it's all the same. All of it is it, and this is the person. This is the face of the person, okay? So let's say the evidence brought you that way, and you're like, oh shit, like Betsy Blair was telling us the truth this whole time. Like, she was right. Like, it is this young person. You know, my issue with that is then going on a 2-week media blackout, the ISP putting out a clarification where they also say that the first sketch is garbage. Look at this sketch. This person is between these ages. This young person is, let's say they're 20s, right? And this person is believed to be the killer. Ignore the other one. Then after your 2-week media blackout, you come out and you're like, well, I always said that a sketch is not a picture.
Oh yeah.
So when you combine them, it could be the same person. Yeah.
Photograph.
It's like, but you literally said, like, what? Or were you watching what people were saying for the past 2 weeks? And you're like, maybe it's not like this young. Like, do you even know? Do you even know?
The fact that you have Sarah who says my sketch is the right guy, and you have Betsy Blair who says my sketch is the right guy. So, and Betsy Blair saying, hey, that guy that's in that sketch is not my guy. That's a different guy. So why aren't you showing my guy? And now they're trying to say it is the same guy. In their document, they're like, yeah, no, it's the same guy. The guy that Betsy Blair saw is the same guy that Sarah Carbaugh saw. And it's like, wait a minute, you guys were adamant that they did not see the same person. They were adamant that they did not see the same person. At least Betsy was, enough to go yell at you in 2019. So wait a minute. How did this all of a sudden become the same guy?
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like her bugging out saying that other person is not the person. This is the person. Why are you not putting it out? It was almost like I'm not saying blackmail-y, but almost like I'm going to start fucking telling people that is not the
my guy.
And then like the next day you're like, let's just have a press conference and show them this picture. You know what I mean? Let's shut
Because
Betsy
she's
up.
going to go out us, and we're going to look like fucking idiots.
Yeah, just like the defense said when he said that like now we done put out this memorandum talking about this ghost professor, and they had to have figured that this ghost professor was going to out himself and say, "I'm right here."
Yeah, I've been trying
There's
to
not
talk
many
to them
of us.
for 4 weeks.
But that's the other thing is that I'm sorry if you don't think if there's I have a difficult time in situations like this hearing things like, I'm not convinced that it's Richard Allen. And like, I get it, and that's fine. But at the same time, I'm like, you're not supposed to be convinced that it's not him, right? You're supposed to be convinced that it is him. So if there's all these questions, like, could you imagine being arrested and you being like, what the fuck? First of all, he's clearly losing his mind. He's losing his mind. He's a tiny being. He doesn't have much going on. Like, he looks like he's had dementia for like 30 years. Like, I keep thinking of
like a shell of a human being.
For real. Like Bob so that Garcia guy, I never looked into it until Bob. And I was like, let me go like look and see what this is. And like I'm watching like this clip from a trial. This man was quite literally like drooling and like just looked like he was somewhere else. And like in talking to Bob, he was like, dude, they did so like they were like drugging him, they were starving him, they were like not like this crazy shit that's going on right now. And then what happened was they went to trial and he looked like he didn't care. There was no fight in him at all. And to the jury, he looked like he could care less.
Holy shit. I haven't looked into that one at all. I'm so
Yeah.
stuck in this rabbit hole. I'm like, I can't even follow the other cases that I typically follow right now. I'm like, everything I'm doing, like, wait a minute, what about this? And what about this?
Oh. ATS News said, okay, so she wants to know the dates that he was tased, and I'm pretty sure they did list those.
It was, I think, May 6th and 11th or something like that. Before I move the document, though, he is traveling westbound on CR 300 North. It's in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay, so that's the first time it shows up also is in the arrest. That's the arrest.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's 3 things.
I'd have to go back and double check the search warrant. But yeah, it says that a vehicle that resembled Allen's 2016 Ford Focus is on the Hoosier Harvester video at 127. They're not even sure that it is his. It just resembled it. And that's from the PCA. That is the arrest. Yeah. So let me see. Where did I put those? Whose is this one? Nope, wrong one. This is Randy Jones. Yeah, that he was tased May 9th and 25th.
Okay, so speaking of Randy Jones, now that they've put out their that their affidavits are out there, where we can see that they're basically like, yeah, we had the patches on and it's really not that big a deal. And I don't know what Odinism is, which I believe is a lie. I think they were very specific about writing things like, I've never had a one-on-one conversation. I've never threatened him one-on-one, and it's like, okay, but nobody's asking that because we're kind of talking about you like you're a team for real. So
it's the two of you together. So how about you answer that one? I love that one-on-one where I was never not on camera with him one-on-one. And I was
exactly.
Like, if you were and you're not on camera, how the fuck would we know?
Exactly. And then there were a couple things that I pulled out of that affidavit. Like, so the warden told them it was okay. They continued to wear it until, and I think you did touch on this. They continued to wear it until after the memo came out and it became a big deal. And then the warden told them to take it off. And my immediate thought was, well, if there's nothing wrong with it, why would you have them take it off?
Right.
They very clearly state that the reason, well, I think it was Randy that said, yeah, it was Jones that basically says, I wear it because it makes me identifiable as somebody that practices it. Okay, for who? You're in jail. For who? Who do you need to let know inside prison where they do practice that? Why do you need to let other prisoners know that you...
prisoners, the less
Yeah,
than 5 prisoners that have not requested to actually practice odonism.
Yeah,
They
so
gotta-
why do you
they-
need to
they
do
gotta
that?
be able to do that.
Correct. And then Jones, something that I noticed was that he became acting supervisor in the APOD, where Richard Allen is housed since late February, early March of this year. All of a sudden, after being in prison since October, well, being imprisoned since October, but he's been there since November. After all these months, suddenly Randy becomes the acting supervisor of that pod, and a couple weeks later, Richard Allen makes a random ass phone call to his wife where he admits, however many times, like, you do realize that he only admitted it like in that phone call, right? But he just said it many times
over and over again, and then she hangs up the phone.
Correct.
Which I also find I really want to hear those, because I think that there's so much to, like, the tone and what is being said around it and the context.
Yeah.
And they talk about that he says it to his mom too. Like, I want to hear it. Like, is it like, if they keep telling me I did it, I had to have done it, so I must have done it. I did it, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Like, around that I'm like, what's actually being said? And I'm not saying that he didn't just confess, because, and you probably know this, but I'm not a firm believer that Richard Allen is Mr. Innocent yet. I don't believe he's innocent, but, well, he technically is legally innocent until proven guilty, but you know what I'm saying. I don't know that he's not the guy. I'm just so confused on how they got to the guy and how they fucked so much stuff up. And now they're trying to cover their asses.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that should be obvious. They're calling in people for interviews that were suspects that, like, got dropped after the people that were investigating those people disappeared, right? Now you're calling these people back all of a sudden years later. You've cleared them. Why do you need to talk to them again?
And according to Patrick Westfall, they didn't ask him any of those questions back in 2017.
Yeah, he did say that. He said they didn't ask it. They didn't ask him anything about the Odinism or the Ossetru or none of that stuff.
Nope.
Or if he stabbed anybody.
Yeah, they asked him all that in August of this year.
Because he was like, this time they were asking like wild questions, like, and it's like, what did they do? Just sit down and say like, oh, your kids go to school with them? Like, okay, where were you? Oh, I was here with your kid. Oh, okay. And like, that was it.
He confessed on April 3rd.
Yeah. Just a couple weeks after suddenly Randy with the patches shows up as supervisor of his pod. I mean, come on, man. Then he suddenly makes a phone call.
February, early March.
And he's confessing. And also, so they have the recording, but was somebody carrying a handheld camera for that phone call like they were doing for his interviews? Because if so, I'm going to need to see that. Because was somebody standing right next to him when he was on the phone with his wife confessing? Right. And also, if he was just like, I did it. I killed those two girls. I'm so sorry. I did it. Over and over again. Let's say that's what he did. That means piddle to me if he can't provide me details about the crime scene in the way that Elvis did in his confessions to his sisters.
Right. Yeah. Did you spit on him? Was there spit?
Like, if they're like, like if Richard Allen don't know nothing about the sticks being in Abby's hair, like, I don't see how that's relevant. He's clearly nuts.
Did this Richard Allen give you that piece of information that you guys have been holding close to the vest for 5.5 years that only the perpetrator knew?
Correct.
Is that what he confessed to?
Correct.
Because that's a big deal. Okay, then I'll give you something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
But still, we also have a lot of the stuff that was released even before this one. I also went to, because I did a whole thing on false confessions, and there's a lot of people who actually confess once they feel like there's no hope for them and they want their loved ones to move on.
For sure.
Like, I did it. You need to file for divorce. You need to leave. Stop worrying about me. I'm done. I'm gone. So and like I said, I have no idea whether this man confessed and said and was legitimate in his confession. We don't know, and it very well could be. But I also I know there's circumstances where people will say whatever the hell they want to say to make people not have to suffer. Is Kathy sitting on the phone crying like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to pay the bills? I can't keep the house. Da 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 da. You know, I'm going to find you a better attorney. You need. I'm going to sell the house, and so you can.
Yeah,
have,
like don't.
Like, no, you're not doing any of that. I did it. Leave me be. I'm done.
I mean,
now
they're trying to say that this man wrote a letter saying, I guess I can't hire a lawyer. I didn't realize it was going to be that expensive. Okay. They're saying that same man, this man was taking pictures in front of the sketches, working at the store every day, talking to people. Do you know how many times Dan Doolin would have heard that recording playing repeatedly over the course of a week immediately after speaking with him at a grocery store, and it never clicked that his voice sounded the same? You know, he's walking around. They collected items of clothing that they're basically trying to say would be the clothes that he was wearing that day. So he didn't get rid of any of the clothes that he wore that day. Like, I'm just not. You have another person. Like, let's just look at the confessions themselves. Okay, let's look at the confessions themselves. Let's say that everything that is stated in that memo are things that came out of Elvis Fields' mouth, or anybody besides Richard Allen, that came out of their mouth, right? And let's say you find out that, and to be honest, if these recordings of his confessions, Richard Allen's confessions, were detailed, I'm sure there would be more of a stink about them, and I'm sure it would have been a little bit more exposed. Okay. But the truth of the matter is I've noticed that Nick McClellan has a tendency to blurt things out when he feels he's losing. When he feels he's losing, for instance,
he gets loud.
He never said shit about thinking that somebody else was involved. That PCA for his arrest there's no inclination of anybody else being involved. But yet, when they're in a hearing where they're essentially begging the judge to keep everything sealed, we get to a point where you feel like you're losing, and all of a sudden it's the reason we don't want it released is because we think other people are involved. It's like, and then here we are, like, you've done no investigating into other people, right?
Yep.
You're now saying that he's the only person that did it. So, like, what was that a lie? Like, I feel like you should be held accountable for having said that. If you hadn't been investigating other people this entire time,
he just lied to the entire public. So what if the defense goes, "Hey, McClellan, why don't you get up there on the stand and tell us who was this other person you thought might be involved?"
Yeah, for real. And again, like with this confession, like if you find out that everything that was said to be said about that crime scene was legitimate, and it was said the day after, and he was trying to give his blue jacket to his sister, and yada, yada, yada. You find out that all of that is true, okay? And then you find out that the person that's already been arrested, Richard Allen, made a confession where all he says is that he did it. I'll give you two scenarios. He either can't provide any details, specific details, which no judge is going to allow him. They're not going to allow that confession with no details or incorrect details. Like, he wouldn't be able to just confess and plead guilty because they still have to tell a judge like what they did. Like when you picture Dennis Rader standing in court explaining different, like, you need to sufficiently prove to them that what you are saying is your intimate knowledge of things that happened. Okay. Yeah. So
if he confessed, where's the underwear and the sock?
Correct. And that's like the first thing I would have said is, okay, we know that we're missing underwear and socks. So where's that? Yeah. And that's how we'll know. And for me, bye. See ya, Richard. Like, I'll never think of your dwarf ass again. But I just can't, if you can't provide details, or you're providing details that aren't true or incorrect, or you're just like spitballing and kind of like, you're getting warmer, you're getting colder. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. Like, I'm sorry. If you are still of the opinion that because Richard Allen is arrested, that his confession is more legitimate, that's insane.
Yeah, confession has to be explicit, detailed, and verified. That's why I keep telling people, like, I can go into the police station right now and say I killed my neighbors. And they can put me on a hold. They can't actually indict me on anything without any evidence to back up what I said. So me just saying I did something doesn't really matter.
Didn't a man spend like years talking about like how his dad like confessed to him for this, and like the brother or whatever? Like, who was that crazy man?
Oh, that's Shane. Not Shane from our chat, but I know you're talking about one that said his dad told him he did this.
Like, and then, over and over again. Like for
YouTube
years he said it. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I think it's Shane Harmon. I'm pulling that out of my memory bank for you, Sluethie. I don't even know where that came from. I didn't even know I still knew that name.
that stuff is like the reason. Again, if you're gonna hold things back for 5 years because you want to know when you have the suspect in front of you because they'll know things that nobody else knows, then you got somebody telling you those things. I just don't understand how that's not clicking. Explain to me how that's not clicking. If the spit didn't get you, the sticks in the hair should have got you.
No, the spit doesn't get you. I need a follow-up. Where's a follow-up question? Can we have like a law enforcement training on some follow-up questioning? So Tornado says, literally, like, why aren't any of these people, why haven't they put any of them? Why didn't they put him in a lineup for any of these witnesses that they got these sketches from? Teresa Liebert, Betsy Blair, the girls, Bree and all of her gang.
They literally asked if
Sarah, why not put him in a lineup before they arrested him?
When they arrested him, they didn't even set, like, in that affidavit, they said the person that they saw for everybody, literally everybody, the person that they saw looked like the person in Abby's or Libby's video.
Right.
Well, nobody cares about that. The faceless video. We want to know if they all say that Richard Allen looks like the person that they saw. At this point, the video is, I don't care, because I think we've made it clear over the years that, like, a lot of people look like the person in the video.
Oh, yes.
So,
and then you also, like I said before, you have all the people from all the online sleuthing that goes and creates their own sketches of what they believe the person in the video actually looks like.
Yeah. Man, that one, if that one is the Teresa one, I must say, because he's, yeah, because he's like a different looking person. I'm just saying, like,
yep,
his features are different looking. And the cheeks, the like sunken cheeks. But I'm not gonna. I mean, I don't know where that came from, but. So what if you found out that Elvis had said all this shit, and also that Elvis was spotted there at 8:30 in the morning? Like, I'm sorry, I just.
And his phone literally has no movement, no activity for 9 hours.
Dude, I like picture him like getting out of the car, right? And then like turning back around and like the window being down and just like leaning his elbows in and be like, hey man, if my spit was found on one of them girls, but I had a reason.
I had a good reason.
Would I still be in trouble? And like, are you just staring at him dumbfounded? And he's like, okay, see you, man. And like turns around and goes back in the house and you just pull away like nothing ever happened. Did you tell him, I would need to know what that reason is? Or would you, like, did he say in his head, like, oh, well, we just took his DNA, right? So he could be bullshitting, but I'll be back if it matches. You know what I mean?
Right. Do they have his DNA?
They said they did. He did. Like, his comment that he made was when he was getting dropped off after having been interviewed and provided a DNA sample.
I'm trying to find where it says. I don't think there's a date for when it says he confessed to his mom.
I want to know all this spit they're aware of, all this urine that they're aware of. What was the other thing? Cigarette butts, all that. The three things that were mentioned about why the crime scene was a mess, because people were spitting and urinating and throwing out their cigarettes, right? I want to know if all, like, you're not guessing, right? So you had to have taken a sample and determined it was spit, right? You would have had to take a sample and determined it was urine from wherever you're pulling it, the tree or whatever.
Yeah.
Has all of that been identified as people? And were they all, kind of like determined to be searchers, first responders? I am I have a huge problem with this whole, and I'm not trying to sound like paranoid or whatever, but I have like a huge problem with this whole premise that we have all of us, like all the police and all first responders, like we have all of our fingerprints and our DNA so that we can immediately be ruled out if our shit is found at a crime scene. Like, I have a problem with that because you shouldn't be leaving your DNA and your fingerprint. Like, there should be proper protocol. So you're not doing that. And if your DNA and shit does show up there, like, I feel like there needs to be more to that as opposed to, oh, well, they were investigating the crime scene. Because if that were the general practice everywhere, which is immediately you'll be ruled out if you have a reason to be there because you're investigating, well, then that doesn't stop like a crazy person from becoming a police officer or a EMT that would go to crime scenes and whatnot and perpetrating crimes because they know that they're going to immediately be ruled out. So I don't really like that. But I'm just curious if all of the fluids and whatever else that they found there that made it so complicated and they had all of this DNA, like, was all of it, because they're saying none of it was Richard Allen's, which
Right.
he didn't know a lawyer was expensive. So like, I just don't see.
He's
Dude,
the mastermind.
what about touch DNA? What about touch DNA? Are you telling me that those girls' skin, their clothes, none of that shit had touch DNA on it?
Well,
What?
there's obviously unknown DNA at this point.
Because they're taking what's his faces.
Because they're taking what's his faces. And like I was saying earlier, like, it makes sense if they were interrogating him prior to the crimes and they just wanted to kind of see if he was going to lie or if he would say, no, you can't have my DNA. But it doesn't make sense now. They don't need his DNA unless they have DNA.
I mean, it almost seemed like he was like, did he give his DNA at the first one and then went back for the polygraph? Or did the polygraph and the DNA happen at the same time? They were two different ones, right?
Right. Well, I don't know, actually.
Because I'm wondering if like he gave his DNA, did an interview.
And then they asked him to come back for a polygraph? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
a week later.
shit.
Yeah. Interesting. And then also interviewed the son again at the second interview. So after DNA was, yeah, interesting. Well, but whatever. But
that will be.
I'm gonna have to add that to the list.
I know. Add it to the list. Put it on the notes. I don't know where it says that I know I've read that. I don't know where it says that he confessed to his mom now. I don't know why I can't find it.
I hope he wasn't bullshitting when he was like, I was like, that's what he said. I was like, there is DNA.
Yeah.
We were told there was no DNA. So there must be DNA. He's like, and I asked the state police, I said, then what are you all doing with Richard Allen? Because you obviously have unidentified DNA or you wouldn't be asking me for it. It must not match his. I hope he really said that.
I would love it if he said that. He probably did. He probably
did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. You can take my DNA. Well, he also thought that his DNA, because he was in the military, was going to be in CODIS.
Yeah, but he also, when you look at his record, I would imagine that his DNA was in the system. But at the same time, you know what's interesting? Wait a minute. Am I correct? Okay, so he thought that his DNA was already there, but in February of 2017, they did not take DNA.
No.
So all these years, they did not take DNA. And not only was the Westfalls, both of them, interviewed in August of 2023, but Brad Holder was also brought back in August of 2023. I wonder if he also provided DNA in August of 2023 that was never obtained prior and whose alibi also wasn't looked into in any way beyond like the HR lady saying, oh, he can't really fuck with his time card. Only I can.
Yeah, and you could probably find it on video, but I don't know if you guys ever bothered to look for that.
Yeah, and I realized that I think it was the Discovery, like their motion to give a date of a cutoff or whatever for Discovery. I'm pretty sure that they said that there was also a second interview with Brad Holder that they have not turned over. So there's the initial one in 2017. There is the one in 2023, which they haven't got yet. Like they haven't got Patrick's 2023 interview. Like they don't know what they know they happened, but they don't know what was said. The audio. But then they said, in addition to Brad Holder's, August 2023 one, there's another interview that was apparently done at some point, and we don't have the audio of that either. And I think it's going to look
audio of Brad Holder's original interview or Patrick Westfall's, right?
I do not think so. Which is really interesting because they do have Elvis's, they do have all the girls, like the ex-girlfriends, they have those. They have, I don't know if they have Johnny Messer. My brain's turning to mush.
I know.
Because it's...
Well, yeah, and I've been on here 4.5 hours. We're going to have to do it. We're going to have to
Oh, my God.
We're going to have to go find some answers to these questions. Because
We
now
need somebody to, like...
I'm at the point where I can't even find where the hell he told his mom anymore.
You need to... I don't have that in the timeline thing, but if you've not looked at it...
I don't remember there being a date, but I can't even find where it says it.
They probably deleted those articles. They're like,
oh my gosh, I quit. Like I have I can't even tell you how many tabs are open on this computer right now that I'm like, it's got to be here somewhere.
It's so annoying when so I can have 500 tabs open on my phone, and every once in a while, more frequently than I would like to admit, like I'll go in to open up a new tab, and it's like, nope, can't do that too many tabs. And like
your phone's just like, no, we're stopping now. We're not doing this anymore.
And like I'll never I don't even touch those other tabs. But I have a hard time deleting them.
Well, that's how I am. Like I literally leave like all of these documents I've had open on here, and it got so bad the other day my computer shut down on me, and so it started closing things like on its own. And so now I'm like, crap, I got to go find where I had that again.
It's really annoying. And also
Suzanne Morphew, I had everything was up. I had so much, and everything was mixed together because it was happening at the same time. I was about to do a Delphi live, and all this stuff was coming in about Morphew, and I had all that up, and I was like, my brain can't handle this.
C King said it too. I'm glad other people are thinking that way. I feel like I felt like I was going to be like burned at the stake for even suggesting that. And obviously people picked up on kind of what I was putting down when we're talking about, because kids are observers. And also then you have to figure we're already talking about grown-ass adults interpreting this belief system in their own way, right? But then if you throw in the potential of children, and obviously there's more children than just the children we know about, right? Like there's more children than just Patrick's 7 children, Brad's 4 children, you know, like they've got a whole country of children between all of them. But there were other adults too that probably had kids as well. Like, we don't even know. And we don't know how big this belief system is in that area, right? Because everybody's acting like they don't want to talk about it. Like, the more you shut it down and act like it doesn't happen, it's like just because it makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean that it's not a thing, right? People will say you can't have all these people doing this like grimy shit in private, right? But like
Right.
the church did. like a lot of people knew about it, and conspiracies can happen. Like, just because a lot of people know about it, about bad shit happening, doesn't mean that like it's not happening.
Right.
Because they would just move you to another church and never say anything. Doctors, I'm here to tell you, some surgeons, it's going to freak you out. It's going to scare you, but this is why you should be really picky. But so doctors are supposed, like specifically surgeons is all I can speak to. But surgeons, if there's if something happens, and you get booted from the hospital, there's a system that you're supposed to go in so that if you go get a job at a different hospital as a surgeon, those people are aware of what has happened. Sometimes they don't do that. They won't put it in the system because they want you to be able to get out of their hair and their face and go get a job somewhere else. So they won't like write you a letter of recommendation, but they will be quiet. And so I think that, sorry, my head is like in a million places. It's
no,
also,
you're good. My dogs are starting to wrestle around my feet, and so it's like it's just chaos. Beautiful.
No, I need to like take my medicine and go to sleep. But like, I'm just thinking also that like, in terms of how you grow up around certain things, and then you don't think it's weird, right, or bad, right?
No,
like
it's normal.
You grow up around, yeah, and so like, if you were growing up around a certain thing and you were interpreting it a certain way, like, I don't know, man. If grown-ass adults can think one way their whole life and then be brainwashed to think another way, I think it's not like out of the realm of possibility that there could have actually been a 20-year-old walking around that day that had an extreme set of their interpretation of beliefs. I'm sorry. I just don't think that's like out of the realm of possibility. I live in a town smaller than Delphi. Okay. There's some weird ass people that do like whatever they want to, like in the woods, you know? I mean,
well, that's kind of what C. King was saying too. It's like her first interpretation was the fact that it was probably a bunch of kids who didn't actually know what they were doing. They just thought they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a lot of questions. We're gonna have to come back with some answers. I'm gonna have to do some more digging through documents. Oh gosh, I know. I'm almost 8 o'clock here. It's gotta be way late for you.
Oh yeah, it's almost 11. I my kid's asleep on the recliner. He's sick right now. So he was at school last week, obviously, and then he had off on Monday. Well, all day Monday he had like a fever, and I'm like, he's like 5 years old. He's never been sick ever. And he had like this fever. Well, he was sleeping all day, and I'm like, dude, what's going on with you? And I touched him. He was burning hot. And I was like, oh my God, what's going on? So it wouldn't go down with Tylenol. And I'm like, what's going on? But then he started breathing weird. He was talking about, I gave him like Nutter bars or whatever. And he's like, these burn my mouth. I'm like, you're insane. And then he started talking about the lights flickering. He's like, stop flicking the lights off and on, mommy. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, the only time he's ever had a fever apart from then was when he was 1. He had a febrile seizure. So I'm like, geez, like, what is going on? So he started breathing weird. So I took him to the emergency room, and they were like, he's like, it looks like strep. And I'm like, oh dear God. Like, you know, whatever. So they're like, we got to test him. I was like, good luck. Cause like, he's not stupid. Like, he's not going to let you stick that down his throat. That long Q-tip in the back of he's not dumb. He's not going to. So like, she tried to do it. And he's like, no, I don't want to. And I was like, what do you guys do for kids that like don't? She's like, well, most kids just let us do it. I was like, well, then most kids are dumb. Why would they let you put that in their throat? Like, Like, what do you mean? Like, most kids, it's not a problem. Like, my kids looking at her like, are you insane? Like, so
sticking that anywhere near me.
like, we ended up doing it. And of course everything was negative, and I was like, well, that's probably because like he didn't let you get all the way back there. Like I hardly doubt, or I hardly believe that you got that, but whatever. So
just give him the antibiotic.
Exactly. So well, they wouldn't. I was like, you know what, okay. So then he went back to school, so I kept him home on Monday or Tuesday to keep him
fever free for 24 hours.
Correct. And then he went back to school yesterday. Okay. I gave him a bath last night. I'm like looking at his eye and I see a little bit of goop and I was like, oh my God. Like
pink eye?
I was like, please tell me you're not about to get pink eye. And he's like, what's pink eye? So I told him and he was like, oh no, mommy, it's fine. He wakes up this morning for school. He comes out of his room. Oh, and I said to his father, after his bath, I said to his father, I was like, what's wrong with my hand? And my one hand, not the palm side, the other side, had like a weird, like, I want to call it a rash, but it wasn't. It was just my skin. Like, it wasn't raised. It wasn't itchy. It was just like a weird coloring to my skin. And I'm like, look at my hand. Like, what is going on? And he's like, I don't know. That's weird. Like, just go to sleep. So I did. This morning, he wakes up to go to school. He comes in, mommy, my eyes shut. I have pink eye. And sure enough, he did. So I was like, now we got to go. You're not going to school again today. And so we go out to the urgent care and she's looking and I go, you know, I was like, when I put his socks on this morning, I like happened to notice the bottom of his left foot had like 2 spots.
Hand, foot, and mouth.
Yep. We both have it.
Oh, fudge.
Like whatever that is on my hand is the only place that I have it. And then my other hand has like 1 spot. None of them are blisters. None of them are raised, but they're just weird red spots.
No, we all had that when my oldest was I think in 1st grade, and brought it home. And all of us had very like differing parts. Like it was really bad on the hands. The other ones it was really bad on the feet.
Well, she said, because I was like, they're not blisters. She's like, they don't have to be. I was like, well, I don't know anything about hand, foot, and mouth. What do they get these vaccines for before they have to show up at school? Like you're telling me my kid. I was like, okay, so he didn't have strep throat. It just looked like strep throat because his hand, foot, and mouth. So I was like, so we could have been aware of this days ago. I sent him to school.
Oh, shit. That's right.
I mean, he had to have got it from school, but regardless, I sent him back to school thinking that, you know, all his fever's gone. You know, she's like, oh no, probably the whole time. That's probably what caused the fever. It's probably why he was being weird. It's probably why the food was burning his mouth. And I was like, Jesus Christ. So she was like, poor
little man.
I know. I was like, so are you now telling me that he has hand, foot, and mouth and pink eye?
Yeah.
And she was like, yeah. And I was like, you gotta be fucking like, 2 of the most contagious. Like, so she's like, I'm going to give you drops. What do they give them? Not drops. He's 5 years old and I'm sitting here 6 times a day trying to put ointment in his eye. Both eyes now. Now it's both eyes, just in the course of today.
That's inevitable.
So he fell asleep on the recliner. The whole reason we took this detour is because he was asleep on the recliner again right next to me. But we're going to stay here. But earlier I was like, don't fall asleep. Like at 8 o'clock, I'm going to put more of the medicine in your eyes. Then you can go to sleep. Because then I was just going to do it to him while he was asleep. Like let it melt in there while he's sleeping. And I was getting ready to call you. And next thing I know, I hear a big thump. And I look over and he's like looking up at me. Here he like rolled off the recliner. So now he's
out. You can't move him because then you don't know. He could wake up and then just be up for a while. So you have to stay there.
Yeah, and the funny part about it was like no longer than 10 minutes after he argued with me because I was going to do it earlier than 8 o'clock because I could tell he was getting tired. And he's like, no, I don't want it yet. I'm not going to sleep. I'm not tired. And 10 minutes later, he thumps off the recliner. So now he started laughing. So we had to like take the recliner, put the feet part up. I was like, I feel like you're a baby again. I have to like, put pillows on the
Aw.
on the floor
I
around
get
it.
when babies though.
And now his vision's blurry because I'm 6 times a day shoving ointment in his eyes. You know what I mean? Like,
That's sweet. He just needs to sleep through it. Sleep. That's the best thing you can do.
that's what I said. I was like, dude, just close your, like, let me pump half of this tube of ointment in your face and just go to sleep and
And then
just
you're
let
like,
it soak.
and for whatever reason, nobody ever warned me before, like having my oldest child go to school, that I was going to be sick all the time. And it was random ass stuff all the time, but it was constant. I was like, why didn't I ever get, like, nobody in none of those mom books that you read, they saying, by the way, it's going to be really hard to work because you're going to be sick all the time when your kids start school.
I mean, I see patients at home. So I'm very, 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 very grateful for that. But I have no immune system. So like I had COVID. I just got better. I was sick for like a month. I was dying. And he was fine. But I guarantee that's where I got it from. He brought it home from school. And then now he's got this. And the pink eye. He went back to school for 1 day and he got pink eye. And so I'm like, like, now what do we do? He's stuck here, right? She's like, he can't go back. Like, he has literally like 4 spots on him. She's like, until all of them are gone, he cannot go back to school.
He has to stay.
So I was like, what are they going to do about this?
And you don't have the sore throat or anything?
I do, but like I'm coming off of COVID, so I still don't feel well. So I don't really know, but I do know I thought he was just talking shit. Like I thought he was just being goofy when he was like, these burn. Like I thought he wanted a popsicle instead. So I'm like, whatever, dude, like it burn, but he's like, it burns. But drinking didn't. Yeah, but it did burn. It's funny because when the doctor said that today, he was like, see, mommy, I told you. My throat was burning. My mouth was burning. And she was like, oh, yeah, I was like, oh, well, stupid me. I was like, oh, listen, go sit down, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, and, but I work from home. But I even said we were on the way home and I was like, listen, I'm going to be a little bit late. I have to get his eye drops. Well, then like 2 hours later, I was like, listen, I have to go home and like sanitize my entire house.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, because he's had it since Sunday or Monday. Well, he probably has had it since Friday.
On fabric, is it? I don't remember. We haven't. That was many years ago now, like 10 years ago. So, is it something that's on fabric and stuff? Is it something that you have to do that?
I do know that she said. Well, obviously, like his blankets, his pillows, and stuff, all of that, because the pink eye needed to be put like washed. But she was like, yeah, she's like, the couch, like we took off the couch covers, any towels that he had been using, I washed again by themselves. Like I've been doing like I can't wait to see my next water bill. And the house, like I was like spraying the remote. It was like wet. He's like, mommy, you can't do that. Like it's going to electrocute you. I'm like, no. Dude, do you know how many germs is on this thing? Like now I'm like, and I said to her, I was like, I don't even want to touch my computer. So I'm not gonna be able to come in today. Like I'm home, but I'm not working.
No, those germs are gonna be stuck inside of there.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not the thought of clacking on my computer when I don't know, like I'm just grateful we're not itchy. It's not no more fever. We're not, I still feel like shit, but I've been feeling like shit. He's fine. He just doesn't like the ointment in his face, but who does?
Well, now he's coming off of all of it, so yeah, he'll be okay. He'll sleep through it, and he'll be fine, and still have the little sores probably. But
it's so hard to explain to them, like not to touch your face. Like he keeps like touching his face. Like
I touch my face all the time. It's a terrible habit, and I've done it my whole life. And I touch my face all the time. And
like if he yawns, water in his eyes. Like he yawns, here comes the tears, so he wipes them away. Like it's like not a big deal, but it is when you've got pink eye. So.
Yeah, don't touch it.
I'm like in the kitchen washing dishes. I'm like, no, go wash your hands. Don't touch anything. Go wash your hands. Poor hands are gonna be raw.
wearing him like has gloves on everywhere he goes. You're like, okay, take that pair off. You get another one.
I literally said that to, I'm not lying. I said to my 5-year-old, I was like, you know what, bub? I think maybe you might put these gloves on.
Poor little guy.
I'm creepy like Brian Koberger, I guess, because I've got like 30 boxes of
As long as you're not
medical
separating
grade
your trash into weird shit, like into baggies and then putting in your neighbors, I think you're gonna be okay.
Okay, but we got pink eye right now. So like I am taking the gloves off how I'm supposed to, and I am sticking them in their own bag. If I gotta wipe his eyes, separating my trash
If
over here.
your door gets busted in at like 1:30 in the morning, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. I guess people don't. I guess people don't want to be aware of germs. Don't become aware of germs, because if you do, I could see how people have OCD for real.
Oh yeah, I'm an obsessive hand washer, and it's really bad because I forced it upon my kids, and they're not obsessive hand washers, but I obsessively make them wash their hands. And my 6-year-old, he's just like, I already did it, and I'm like, come here, I gotta smell them. Nope, if it doesn't smell like soap, you're gonna go back and wash your hands. So now he like literally, they just walk up and they're just like, here, you can smell my hands so that you know I washed them.
Jeremiah said, yeah, take the trash and put them in the neighbor's trash. Give them the pink eye. And I just
put it in the one you don't like. Put it in the one that gives you a hard time. Be like, here you go.
Dude, my son would laugh so hard if he was awake right now, and I was like, Bub, let's go put the pink eye gloves in George's trash.
Like, going down the street, you're like, let me put this one in here, and let me put this one in there.
He's like his arch nemesis. Like when he hears the neighbor out there mowing grass, he's like, George.
Oh, that would be funny just to let him put the gloves in his trash just for funsies.
Yeah, he'd be like, hee. Like it's skipping down the road, like George is gonna get pink eye, No, I don't want to make him
no bad karma. And then you're gonna have the cops coming in. Why are you putting your trash in baggies and putting it in your neighbor's trash cans?
Well, like if I do that, he and I will be like permanently pink eye ridden. Like we won't be able to get rid of it. Our eyes will both be swollen shut for like a month and a half if I do something like that. So
bad karma, bad juju.
But I am separating the trash just because, dude, we're talking about shit that's in the air you can't see. So the shit's like everywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's everywhere. So
the spray, the antibacterial spray that you can just spray it all around. It'll make you feel better at least, even though you won't know. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, yeah. I have the Lysol. I have like a big can of the Lysol, the kind that you can also spray on fabrics.
Yeah, just do it because it'll make you feel better.
I'm gonna do a Sheldon, and I'm just gonna walk behind my 5-year-old and just yeah.
Or just spray him down so anything. Oh my gosh!
Like how we dry him. Like I dry him like how my mom used to dry me when we were kids. Like she would flap the towel and she'd be like spin around, because like instead of rubbing our skins. So that's what we do, and that's what I do. He thinks it's hilarious. So I'm gonna just get the Lysol and be like, all right, just spin around, buddy.
He's like, this is ridiculous, Mom.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, I can't thank you enough for coming up and hanging out and just sharing your thoughts. I love the way your brain works. So
no, of course we will get some answers to questions. There are a couple things I want to talk to you about. So make sure you message me because did I send you the?
You sent me the transcript.
I did. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Right. I'm gonna probably have to print that out because I'm gonna have notes.
Now my eye itches. Somebody said, "Okay, Austin, I'm sorry." Okay, I'm gonna.
All right. I will talk to you later.
I love you.
I love you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
And thank you everybody who hung out here. Man, you guys have been in it for the long haul today. It's always so much fun to talk with Sluethie, and I honestly do. I love the way her brain works and the things that she, comes up with and figures out, putting pieces together. But I love you guys. I really appreciate you guys, especially. I mean, some of you have left, come back, and been like, "What the heck are you guys still doing here?" I'm I am going to try to go live tomorrow. I don't know if I do go live, it would have to be like a little mini, shorter live, only because I'm football mom tomorrow night. So if I don't go live, don't hold it against me. I'm going to try. I will let you guys know. Well, you'll see the notification pop up if I can do it, because that's my intent is to do it. But I don't know how I can squeeze it into that middle time frame. Other than that, though, I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. Hey, Wicked West Paranormal. Listening at work. Twisted Gemini. Yeah, it was good. It was good. We went through a lot of stuff. We didn't get nearly what I had thought we would, but I knew that once we started on the Patrick Westfall stuff, it was just like, I don't know how we're going to get out of that. But there's still so much to talk about. There's just still so much to talk about. But I love you guys, and thank you. As I always tell you, I know that you have 1,000 other places you could be and other things you could be doing, and you choose to spend your time here with me. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys for doing that. If you haven't already hit the like button, please make sure you do. It's the biggest thing you can do besides hanging out here with me to support the channel. And I appreciate you guys. I will see you soon. Wicked West Paranormal, stop touching your face. Bye, guys.